The Benjamin Franklin Effect. The Benjamin Franklin effect is a psychological phenomenon where people tend to like you more after doing you a favor. It's named after Benjamin Franklin, who used this principle to his advantage. Franklin noticed that when he asked a person for a small favor, that person often became more friendly toward him afterward. This might seem counterintuitive at first. You might assume that asking for a favor would make someone like you less because they would feel burdened or resentful. Instead, the opposite happens. At its core, the Benjamin Franklin effect taps into the way our minds justify our actions. If we do something positive for someone, we need to reconcile the action with our beliefs about that person. We want to see ourselves as good, helpful people. So when we do someone a favor, our mind works to justify the action. We think I did this for them because I like them. This leads to a shift in how we view that person. Instead of feeling burdened by the favor, we end up liking the person more because our mind has found a reason to see them in a positive light. To better understand this, consider a situation where someone asks you for help. Perhaps a colleague asks you to cover for them in a meeting or to give them advice on a project. If you agree, you might find yourself thinking about that person in a more positive way afterward. You might think, I'm a helpful person and I did something good for them. I must like them. The act of doing the favor can lead to a positive feeling about the person you helped. In a different scenario, imagine someone asks you for a favor that you find slightly annoying, such as borrowing your car for the weekend. Afterward, you might feel the urge to think more positively about that person because you want to justify why you went out of your way to help them. You'll convince yourself that the person must be worth helping, and so your opinion of them improves. This is the essence of the Benjamin Franklin effect. This effect also works in the reverse. If you are trying to get someone to like you, one of the best things you can do is ask them for a small favor. This doesn't mean you should take advantage of others or make unreasonable requests. But if you ask for a favor that is within reason, it can shift the dynamic in your favor. It's important to note that the favor must feel genuine and not like manipulation. People can sense when they are being used, and that will cause the effect to backfire. The Benjamin Franklin effect is a great example of how we are often unaware of the mental processes that influence our feelings and behavior. We believe that our attitudes and feelings come first and that our actions follow from them. However, in this case, our actions doing a favor can actually shape our feelings, liking someone more. This principle reveals that our behavior can have a stronger impact on our emotions than we might think. It's also important to consider that the effect works best when the favor is small. A simple, thoughtful favor works wonders in creating positive feelings. But a large favor, especially one that requires significant effort, can have the opposite effect. It might make the person who did the favor feel like they've been taken advantage of, which could lead to resentment. The key is to keep the favor within reasonable bounds. There is also an element of trust involved. When someone asks for a favor, it's a sign that they trust you to help them. This trust can make the person feel more positively toward you as they recognize that you are capable and reliable. In turn, this can strengthen the relationship. It's a positive feedback loop where both parties benefit. You help them, they feel good about themselves, and their opinion of you improves as a result. This principle can be useful in both personal and professional settings. In the workplace, for example, you might ask a colleague for help with a small task. Afterward, you may notice that they are more inclined to work with you in the future. The favor you asked for might have subtly shifted the dynamic, making the colleague more inclined to support you. The Benjamin Franklin effect can also be applied to leadership. A good leader knows that asking their team for help can create a sense of connection and trust. It shows that the leader values the contributions of their team members. When employees feel that their efforts are appreciated, they are more likely to be motivated and to work well with others. Asking for a favor, such as for their input on a project, can help foster a positive working relationship, while the Benjamin Franklin effect is based on social psychology. It also offers a glimpse into how human relationships work. It suggests that we are not always as logical as we think. Our actions and behaviors can significantly shape how we feel about others, and that feeling is often stronger than the original attitude we held. This insight has practical applications for anyone looking to improve their relationships, whether at work, with friends, or in romantic contexts. In conclusion, the Benjamin Franklin effect is a powerful principle that demonstrates how our actions influence our feelings toward others. By understanding this effect, we can use it to foster better connections and build stronger relationships. The next time you want someone to like you more, remember that asking for a small favor might be the key to changing how they feel about you. Mirroring. Mirroring is the act of subtly copying someone's body language, gestures, or speech patterns. This technique is often used to build trust and rapport between people, whether in a personal or professional setting. When done correctly, it creates a sense of connection and understanding, making interactions smoother and more comfortable. The principle behind mirroring is simple. People tend to like others who are similar to them. This is an instinctual reaction. When you mirror someone's behavior, it signals to them that you are in sync with them. It makes them feel understood and validated. The unconscious nature of this process is what makes it so effective. When people mirror each other, they often feel an unspoken bond, even if they aren't aware of why that bond has formed. Imagine you are meeting someone for the first time and they have a relaxed posture, arms loosely crossed in front of them. You might naturally adopt a similar posture without thinking about it, without saying a word. You have communicated to the other person that you are comfortable and in sync with them. Over time, this creates a subtle but powerful connection. Mirroring doesn't just apply to body language. It also extends to tone of voice, speech patterns, and even word choice. For example, if someone speaks slowly and thoughtfully, You might find yourself adopting a similar speaking pace if they use certain phrases or expressions. You might start using them as well. This mirroring in speech helps create a sense of familiarity. It shows that you are paying attention and engaging with them in a way that feels natural to the conversation. This technique can also work through nonverbal cues. 4. Instance: if someone smiles, it's almost automatic for you to smile back. It's a form of mirroring that happens without conscious effort. When someone leans forward while speaking, you might unconsciously lean in as well. These small gestures communicate to the other person that you are interested in what they are saying and that you are emotionally aligned with them. The power of mirroring is often used in sales negotiations and leadership. In these scenarios, mirroring helps build rapport and trust quickly. For example, in a business meeting, a manager might mirror the body language of a client or colleague. If the client crosses their arms, the manager might do the same, but subtly and without drawing attention to it. By mirroring their actions, the manager signals to the client that they are on the same wavelength. This small but effective technique can make the client feel more comfortable and open to the conversation. Another example is in negotiations. If you're trying to reach an agreement with someone, mirroring their body language and speech patterns can help you establish a connection and increase your chances of success. For instance, if the other person is calm and measured in their tone, you might respond in the same manner. If they are more animated, you could match their energy without overdoing it. This creates a sense of understanding and can help both parties feel more at ease. Mirroring can also be a useful tool in leadership. A good leader knows how to connect with their team, and mirroring is a natural way to do this. If a leader mirrors the posture or tone of their employees, they demonstrate empathy and understanding. This helps create a work environment where employees feel heard and respected. A leader who mirrors the positive body language of their team can foster a sense of unity and encourage open communication. However, it's important to note that mirroring must be done subtly. Overdoing it or doing it in a way that feels forced can have the opposite effect. If the other person feels like they are being mimicked in an obvious way, it can make them uncomfortable and break the connection. The key is to mirror in a natural and unnoticeable way, allowing the other person to feel like the rapport is developing organically. Mirroring works best when there is genuine interest and a desire to connect with the other person. If you are only mirroring their behavior for manipulative reasons, it will likely come across as disingenuous. The purpose of mirroring should always be to create a more comfortable and authentic interaction. If you are trying to build trust and rapport with someone, your intention should be to show that you value their presence and want to engage with them. Mirroring can also extend to emotions. If someone is excited about a new project or idea, you can mirror their enthusiasm in a way that shows you are equally engaged. This doesn't mean you need to fake excitement if you don't feel it, but you can match their energy to show that you are participating in the conversation. Similarly, if someone is upset or frustrated, mirroring their tone or body language can show that you understand their feelings. This kind of empathetic mirroring can help diffuse tension and create a space for understanding in personal relationships. Mirroring can help deepen the connection between individuals. When two people are in sync, they naturally feel closer to each other. Couples often mirror each other's behavior without even realizing it. For example, if one partner is excited about something, the other might unconsciously adopt the same enthusiastic body language. This mutual mirroring helps strengthen the bond between them. In friendships, mirroring can also strengthen the relationship. If one friend is telling a story with a lot of energy and emotion, the other might reflect that energy by becoming more animated themselves. This mutual exchange of energy and body language reinforces the emotional connection between them. It's also important to note that mirroring is a natural human behavior that happens outside of conscious control. People often mirror each other without even realizing it. This is why mirroring can be such an effective tool for building rapport. It taps into an instinctive social behavior that makes people feel more comfortable around each other. There are situations where mirroring can be counterproductive, though. If someone is uncomfortable, defensive, or anxious, mirroring their negative body language might reinforce their feelings of unease. In such cases, it might be better to adopt a more neutral posture or behavior to avoid escalating tension. It's important to read the situation and adjust accordingly. Mirroring should always be used with awareness and empathy. In conclusion, mirroring is a powerful tool for building trust and rapport, whether in personal or professional settings. Subtle mirroring of body language, tone, or speech patterns can help create a sense of connection and understanding. When done naturally and with genuine intention, mirroring can strengthen relationships, improve communication, and create a more comfortable environment for everyone involved. Silence can be a powerful tool, especially in the power of silence conversations. It can sometimes be more impactful than words. When you ask a question and then stay silent, you create a space where the other person feels the need to fill that silence. People often feel uncomfortable with silence, and this discomfort compels them to speak. As a result, they tend to share more information than they might have originally intended. Think about a time when you asked someone a question and, after asking you, stayed silent, waiting for them to respond. If you remain quiet long enough, they will often provide more details than they initially planned. This happens because they feel the pressure of the silence. It's a natural human response to try to relieve that discomfort by filling it with words. Consider a job interview scenario. Imagine you're the interviewer and you ask a candidate, "Can you tell me about a time when you faced a challenge at work?" After asking the question, you don't immediately follow up or jump into another question. You simply stay quiet. Most likely the candidate will continue talking. They might start with a short answer, but because you didn't interrupt or ask another question, they will often go deeper into the situation. They may explain more details about how They dealt with the challenge, what they learned from it, or even how it affected their team. If you had quickly moved on to the next question, you would have missed out on these additional insights. This technique works because silence creates a gap in the conversation. People tend to avoid an awkward pauses, so they feel the need to continue speaking. This is especially true when they are trying to explain something important or when they are uncertain about whether they have provided enough information. The silence gives them time to think and organize their thoughts, which can lead to a more thoughtful and detailed response. Another example of the power of silence is in negotiations. Imagine you are negotiating a deal with a client and they make an offer. Instead of immediately responding, you pause. You might look at the offer, take a breath, and say nothing for a few seconds. This silence forces the client to either fill the gap with more information or make a new offer. They might start explaining why their offer is fair, or they may offer a better deal. In this way, silence gives you an advantage. It shows that you're considering their offer carefully and aren't in a rush to agree. It also forces them to reveal more of their thought process, which can give you valuable insight into their position. In everyday conversations, silence can also help you understand others better. If someone is telling you about their day or explaining a situation and you remain silent, they may start to elaborate further on their feelings or thoughts. Without the pressure to answer immediately, they might express things they otherwise wouldn't have. People are often more open when they don't feel rushed or judged, and silence provides that space. Silence can be particularly useful in conflict situations. When emotions are running high, speaking too quickly can escalate things. By staying silent for a moment after someone has said something, you allow the tension to settle. This pause gives both you and the other person a chance to think before responding. It can prevent rash or emotional reactions, allowing for a more measured and constructive conversation. In heated situations, silence can act as a cooling off period, helping to avoid unnecessary arguments or misunderstandings. Silence also allows for better listening. In a conversation, many people are focused on what they're going to say next rather than really listening to the other person. By staying silent, you shift your focus entirely onto the speaker. This not only improves your understanding of what they're saying, but also shows them that you are paying attention. It encourages them to speak more openly, knowing that they have your full attention. There is a psychological aspect to this as well. When someone speaks without interruption, it makes them feel validated and respected. It signals that their words are important and that you value their thoughts. On the other hand, constantly interrupting or filling the gaps with your own words can make someone feel unheard or dismissed. Silence, in contrast, allows them to feel that their opinion is being fully considered. The key to using silence effectively is in how you use it. If you are too eager to jump in or constantly trying to fill every pause, you lose the power of silence. It's important to let the silence linger. The longer the pause, the more likely it is that the other person will feel the need to speak. But silence should never feel forced or awkward. It should feel natural and comfortable. If the silence is too long or feels uncomfortable, it can backfire and make the other person anxious. But when used correctly, silence is a subtle yet powerful tool for communication. In some cases, silence can also give you the time you need to form a thoughtful response. Instead of rushing to answer a question or offer an opinion, you take a moment to think. This pause allows you to choose your words carefully and respond in a way that is more thoughtful and deliberate. It can prevent you from saying something impulsive or regrettable, and it shows that you value your response enough to take the time to think it through. Silence can also be an effective way of encouraging others to take responsibility for their words. If someone says something that isn't quite right or is incomplete a moment of, silence can prompt them to reconsider what they said or to clarify their point. Without being interrupted, they might reflect on their words and offer more accurate or more thoughtful information. One of the most powerful aspects of silence is that it often prompts people to reveal more than they intended. When you remain silent after asking a question or making a statement, you give the other person the space to keep talking. They may provide details or insights that they wouldn't have if you had immediately jumped in to continue the conversation. This can be invaluable in understanding the full picture of a situation or a person's thoughts. The power of silence is often underestimated in our fast-paced world. We are used to filling every moment with noise and conversation, but sometimes the most powerful thing you can do in a conversation is say nothing by allowing the other person to fill the silence. You create opportunities for them to share more, reflect on their words, and engage more deeply in the conversation. Silence is not just the absence of sound. It is an active part of communication that can lead to deeper understanding and stronger relationships. Using someone's name in conversation can have a powerful name usage effect. It's a simple gesture that strengthens the connection between individuals. When we hear our name, it grabs our attention and makes us feel acknowledged. It's an instinctive response that ties back to human nature and the need for recognition and belonging. When you speak to someone and use their name, it can make the conversation feel more personal. It shows that you're paying attention and that they are important to you. Imagine being in a crowded room where people are talking around you. The sound of your name being spoken will likely make you stop and listen, even if you weren't paying attention before. This is the power of your name. It's not just a label, it's part of your identity, and hearing it can make you feel seen and valued. This doesn't just apply in face-to-face interactions. In written communication like emails or text messages, addressing someone by name also carries weight. For instance, starting an email with "Hi name" feels more engaging than just a generic hello. It creates an instant connection and invites the reader to focus on the message that follows. In social interactions, using someone's name can help build trust. For example, if you're in a group and you want to make someone feel more included, referring to them by name can establish a sense of belonging. It signals that you recognize them as an individual rather than just part of a group. It's a subtle way to make them feel more comfortable and open up. The psychological effect of hearing your name isn't just about attention, it's also tied to the idea of respect. By using someone's name, you're acknowledging their presence and treating them as an equal. It's an important element of good communication, whether in a casual conversation, a professional setting, or even in conflict resolution. When you address someone directly, it shows that you are engaging with them as an individual, not just a passive participant in a group. However, the use of names should be balanced. Overusing someone's name can sound forced or even manipulative. If you use someone's name too much, it may feel less genuine, almost like you're trying too hard to build rapport. The key is moderation. A well-timed mention of their name can increase connection, but an overuse can create distance instead of closeness. In addition, the context matters. Calling someone by name can be particularly effective in situations where attention is important. In a meeting, for instance, using someone's name when asking for input can encourage them to speak up. It makes the exchange feel more directed, signaling to the person that their opinion matters. If you are giving feedback or praise, mentioning someone's name adds weight to the compliment or suggestion, making it feel more specific and sincere. There's also a layer of power dynamics to consider. In some settings, calling someone by their name can subtly convey authority or influence. In leadership or customer service roles, using a person's name can make them feel more respected and understood. It can enhance rapport and foster trust, leading to a more positive interaction overall in group settings. However, using someone's name can help reduce the sense of anonymity that can sometimes hinder communication. If everyone is talking without addressing each other directly, the conversation can feel less engaging, but by calling on people by name, you help create a more interactive environment. It helps break down barriers and brings the conversation to a more personal level. Even when there are many people involved, the effect is even more pronounced in online conversations, with so many messages being sent and received. It's easy for people to get lost in the crowd by addressing someone by name. You can make sure they feel heard even in a busy digital space, whether it's in an online meeting, a chat group, or an email thread. Using names can help prevent an individuals from feeling like just another message in a sea of text. Another interesting aspect is the role names play in memory. Research shows that people tend to remember their own name better than others. By using someone's name, you might not only get their attention in the moment, but also leave a lasting impression. The familiarity of their name makes the conversation more memorable. In leadership and persuasion, name usage can also have a subtle influence. Think about political speeches or marketing campaigns where names are repeated frequently. The repetition helps make ideas feel more personal and important to the listener. Leaders often address people by name to make their message feel more direct and relevant, creating a bond that might otherwise be difficult to establish. Using names can also be particularly helpful in conflict resolution when you're discussing an issue or disagreement with someone. Addressing them by name can reduce tension. It humanizes the interaction and can soften the conversation. It's less likely to come off as confrontational or detached if you're speaking to someone by name rather than addressing a faceless crowd. Overall, the act of using someone's name in conversation isn't just a matter of etiquette. It's an effective tool for enhancing connection, respect, and attention. It strengthens relationships, fosters trust, and makes communication feel more personal and meaningful. Whether you're trying to connect with someone in a professional setting, engage in a casual conversation, or resolve a disagreement, using their name thoughtfully can make a significant difference. But as with all communication tools, it's important to use it wisely. Too much of anything can be counterproductive. If you can find the right balance, using someone's name in conversation can make your interactions feel more sincere, attentive, and engaging. It's a small gesture with a big impact. The foot in the door technique is a psychological principle that can foot in the door technique influence people's behavior by starting with a small, manageable request and gradually progressing to a larger one. It works on the premise that when someone agrees to a small request, they are more likely to agree to a larger related request later. This method takes advantage of a natural human tendency to maintain consistency in their actions and beliefs. For instance, imagine a scenario where a salesperson asks a customer to answer a simple question like, "Would you mind taking a quick survey?" It's an easy request, and most people will agree to it. Once they've agreed to this small request, the salesperson then asks for something more significant, like, "Can you provide your email address so we can send you more information?" Because the person has already said yes to the initial request, they feel a sense of commitment, which makes it harder for them to refuse the second request. They feel the need to stay consistent with their earlier actions. This technique is not limited to sales situations. It can be applied in many areas of life, including personal relationships, marketing, and even politics. The key factor is that the initial request must be small and easy to agree to. The goal is to create a sense of compliance or commitment, which can then be leveraged to gain agreement to a larger request. One example of the foot in the door technique in action can be seen in a charitable donation campaign. A charity might initially ask people to donate a small amount, say $5. Once people make that small contribution, they are more likely to agree to donate again, this time a larger amount. The initial donation makes them feel connected to the cause, and once they have agreed to help, once they are more likely to do so again, this time with a larger donation. The foot in the door technique works by tapping into the concept of consistency. When people agree to a small request, they may feel a sense of personal consistency with that action. To maintain this consistency, they are more likely to comply with a larger request. This can be especially effective in situations where the larger request is related to the original one. The more consistent the requests are, the more likely someone is to agree to the larger. 1. A real-world example can be found in politics. Political campaigns often start with small, harmless requests from potential supporters, like asking people to sign a petition or participate in a survey once people have engaged with. These small actions, they are more likely to contribute to the campaign by making a donation or volunteering their time. The small commitment they made earlier creates a sense of involvement and consistency that nudges them to take the next step. The foot in the door technique works because it exploits our natural inclination to maintain consistency. Once we commit to something, whether it's a small or large action, we often feel a psychological need to follow through in many ways. This principle is based on the idea that people are motivated by a desire to appear consistent in their actions. When they make a commitment, even a small one, they feel a sense of duty to follow through with future commitments, especially when those requests build upon the initial one. This technique can also be used in personal relationships. For example, if someone wants a friend to help them with a large task such as moving furniture, they might start by asking for a smaller favor first, like helping with organizing a few items. Once the friend agrees to request, they are more likely to agree to the larger one. The smaller request serves as a gateway, making the person feel more inclined to comply with the larger task, the key to making the foot in the door. Technique work is ensuring that the initial request is small enough that it's easy to say yes to, but still relevant to the larger request. If the initial request is too big, the person might feel overwhelmed or hesitant to comply, and the technique won't work as effectively. The small request should be something that doesn't demand much effort or commitment, but still allows the person to engage with the situation. The timing between the initial and larger requests is also crucial. If the larger request comes too soon after the smaller one, the person might not feel comfortable with it. However, if too much time passes, the person may forget the small commitment or no longer feel a sense of involvement. The technique is most effective when there is a short time gap between the two requests, allowing the person to feel connected to their initial action. People may not always be aware that they are being influenced by the foot in the door technique. It's a subtle form of persuasion that works by appealing to the desire for consistency, because the initial request is typically something small and inconsequential. People don't see the larger request coming. They agree to it because it seems like a natural progression of their earlier commitment. This technique is also frequently used in marketing and advertising. Companies often start by offering something small, like a free sample or a discount on a first purchase. Once a consumer accepts that small offer, they are more likely to make a larger purchase or become a repeat customer. The initial offer creates a sense of reciprocity and commitment, nudging the customer toward future purchases. The foot in the door technique can be effective in both personal and professional contexts because it builds upon the principles of psychology that govern human behavior, it taps into our natural desire to appear consistent, making it easier for people to say yes to larger requests. After they have already agreed to something small, this can be a powerful tool for gaining compliance and building stronger relationships, whether in business, politics, or personal interactions. It's important to note, however, that the technique works best when the person making the request is perceived as trustworthy and the requests feel reasonable. If the requests come across as manipulative or overly demanding, the technique may backfire. People are more likely to resist or become suspicious if they feel they are being tricked into agreeing to something they didn't initially want to do. The foot in the door technique can be a subtle but effective tool for gaining agreement and encouraging people to take actions they might not otherwise consider. It's based on the idea that people are more likely to comply with a larger request if they have already agreed to a smaller one. By starting small and gradually increasing the scale of the request, you can tap into a powerful psychological principle that encourages people to stay consistent with their actions and beliefs. This technique is used widely in many fields, from sales to politics to personal relationships, because it's an effective way to influence behavior and create long-lasting commitments. The door-in-the-face technique is a powerful strategy used to persuade someone by, initially, door-in-the-face technique, making a large request, expecting it to be refused, and then following up with a smaller request that seems more reasonable by comparison. The technique takes advantage of the principle of reciprocity, which is the idea that when someone offers us something, we feel a psychological obligation to return the favor. By starting with a large request, the smaller request appears more reasonable, and the person is more likely to agree to it. Consider a scenario where a charity organization calls someone asking for a $100 donation. The person may decline, seeing the amount as too high. However, the charity then follows up by asking for a $20 donation, which now seems much more manageable compared to the original $100, because the person has already declined the larger request. They are more likely to agree to the smaller one. The technique works because the second request feels like a concession, and people tend to feel that they should reciprocate that concession by agreeing to the smaller request. In this case, the charity's approach makes the $20 donation seem much more reasonable than it would have if they had asked for it. Initially, the first request, although refused, sets the stage for the second, creating a context in which agreeing to the smaller request feels like the right thing to do. The person is more likely to see the charity as being more understanding or reasonable, which increases the chances of a positive response. This technique can also be used in everyday situations, from business to personal interactions. For instance, in a workplace setting, a manager might ask an employee to take on a major project, knowing the employee will likely say no. Once the request is declined, the manager follows up with a smaller task that the employee is more likely to accept. The initial, larger request makes the smaller one seem more reasonable, and the employee feels a sense of obligation to help out. After the first request, another example could be in retail. A store salesperson may ask a customer to purchase an expensive item, such as a high-end appliance, when the customer refuses. The salesperson then offers a smaller, more affordable item, which now seems like a great deal compared to the original product. The salesperson's initial large request makes the smaller one feel like a compromise, encouraging the customer to agree to the second offer. The door-in-the-face technique works because it plays on the human tendency to avoid conflict and maintain social harmony. When someone declines an initial request, they may feel bad or uncomfortable, and offering a concession with a smaller request allows them to feel like they are doing something to make up for their refusal. This dynamic is tied to the principle of reciprocity, where a person feels compelled to return the favor after someone has made a concession by making the larger request first. The person asking is subtly encouraging the other party to reciprocate by agreeing to the smaller request. The key to making the door-in-the-face technique effective is ensuring that the first request is large enough to be refused, but not so outrageous that it damages the relationship or causes the person to feel manipulated. If the initial request is too extreme, the person may feel insulted or irritated, making them less likely to agree to the second request, no matter how reasonable it is. On the other hand, the second request must also seem reasonable and be something that the person can agree to without too much effort or discomfort. This technique can also be used in situations involving negotiations. Imagine two businesses discussing a potential partnership. One business might start by asking for a large sum of money or a significant commitment. When the other business declines, they then follow up with a more moderate request that is more likely to be accepted. The larger request sets the stage for the smaller one, and the business on the receiving end feels as though they are getting a better deal by agreeing to the second offer. In personal relationships, the door-in-the-face technique can be used subtly to encourage someone to agree to a favor or a request. For example, imagine you want your friend to help you move a piece of furniture. You might start by asking them to help you move all your belongings. Request that they will likely decline. After they say no, you then ask if they could just help you with one small item. The larger initial request makes the smaller one seem less overwhelming, and your friend is more likely to agree to help with the smaller task. The door-in-the-face technique can also be used in situations involving children or teenagers. If a parent wants their child to do a chore, they might start by asking them to clean the entire house. When the child refuses, the parent follows up by asking them to clean just one room. The child, seeing the smaller request as more reasonable, is more likely to agree to it. The effectiveness of the door-in-the-face technique relies on timing and expectations. The larger initial request must be something that the person feels comfortable rejecting, but it must not be so unreasonable that it causes a breakdown in communication. If the person feels that they are being pushed into a corner, they may become resistant and less likely to agree to the second smaller request. In addition to creating a sense of reciprocity, the door in the face technique also taps into the concept of contrast. The second request seems much more attractive and reasonable when compared to the larger one, which is why the technique can be so. Successful people are naturally inclined to make comparisons, and when the smaller request follows, the larger one it stands out as a much better option. However, the door in the face technique is not foolproof. If it is used too often or inappropriately, it can lead to resentment or frustration. People may start to feel manipulated or tricked, which can damage relationships and cause people to become less responsive to future requests. To avoid this, it's important to use the technique sparingly and to ensure that the larger request is genuinely something that the person might be willing to agree to under different circumstances. The technique can also backfire if the person making the request appears insincere or if the two requests are not clearly related. If the person feels that the larger request was made just to set up the smaller one, they might feel as though they are being taken advantage of, which could lead to a negative response. In summary, the door in the face technique is a strategic approach to gaining agreement by first making a large request and then following it up. With a smaller one, it works because the smaller request feels more reasonable in comparison to the larger one, and the principle of reciprocity encourages people to feel a sense of obligation to agree to the second request. However, the technique must be used carefully to avoid coming across as manipulative or insincere. When used appropriately, it can be a powerful tool for influencing behavior in a wide range of situations. The Zeigarnik effect refers to the tendency for people to remember the Zeigarnik effect, incomplete tasks better than completed ones. This psychological phenomenon was first identified by Russian psychologist Bluma Zeigarnik in the 1920s. She found that people had a stronger recollection of tasks that were interrupted or left unfinished compared to those they had completed. This effect is a direct result of how our brains process and store information related to open tasks or unresolved situations. When we start a task, whether it's a work assignment, a personal project, or even a simple chore, our minds begin to invest energy in it. The moment we interrupt that task, whether by choice or circumstance, the brain seems to hold on to it, keeping the incomplete task at the forefront of our thoughts. This happens because the mind is naturally driven to resolve these unfinished situations, leading to a feeling of discomfort or unease until the task is completed. For example, imagine you're reading a book and get interrupted halfway through a chapter. Even if you're busy with other activities, you might find yourself thinking about the story, the characters, the plot, or even the questions raised in that chapter can linger in your mind, demanding resolution. This persistent thought about unfinished work is a clear example of the Zeigarnik effect in action. The reason the brain holds on to these incomplete tasks has to do with how we process information when something is unfinished. Our brains view it as incomplete or unresolved. this unresolved. Nature creates a kind of tension, prompting us to keep the task active in our memory until we can resolve it. It's the brain's way of maintaining focus and ensuring that we don't forget about tasks that still need attention. The Zeigarnik effect is not just a curiosity, but has practical implications in everyday life. For instance, in productivity, it's often easier to remember and return to tasks that are left hanging. For someone working on a project, setting a few smaller tasks or intentionally leaving things slightly unfinished can encourage the mind to keep working on them even when you're not actively focused on them. This can sometimes provide a subtle yet powerful motivator to return to the task and finish it. The effect also plays a significant role in advertising and marketing. Ads that leave a part of the story unresolved or that pique curiosity about a product can make it more memorable. For example, a commercial that presents a problem but doesn't immediately offer a solution can lead to a lingering question in the viewer's mind, keeping the product in their thoughts long after the ad has ended. This technique leverages the Zeigarnik effect, encouraging the viewer to remember the product or service in order to resolve the curiosity the ad has created. In a similar vein, this principle can be seen in TV shows and movies, especially in how they manage suspense. A series that ends an episode with an unresolved storyline or a cliffhanger taps into the Zeigarnik effect. Viewers are likely to spend time between episodes thinking about the unresolved plot, which not only increases anticipation but also boosts the likelihood that they will continue. Watching this sense of incompleteness hooks the audience, keeping the show fresh in their minds. This effect can be found in daily life as well. Think about a conversation with a friend that abruptly ends, leaving some topic unsaid. Even if the conversation switches to something else, the unresolved nature of the previous topic may stay with you, pushing you to think about it. It's not just that the information is missing, it's the open loop that your mind tries to close. This can lead to a natural feeling of curiosity and a desire to return to the topic, even if it's only in your own thoughts. In work or school environments, the Zeigarnik effect can be used to one's advantage when it comes to organizing tasks. For example, breaking a large project into smaller, manageable parts and leaving one part unfinished can keep you engaged with the project over time. When you finish the first part, you may feel compelled to continue to the next task because your brain will want to resolve the unfinished piece. This leads to more productivity and less procrastination as the mind keeps the project in its memory and prompts action. The effect also explains some aspects of how we handle stress. Unfinished tasks create a mental load. The more tasks we leave hanging, the heavier the cognitive burden becomes. People often feel stressed when they have multiple things to do because each incomplete task demands mental energy even if they aren't consciously thinking about them. The more we leave unfinished, the more our mind tries to resolve them, causing a buildup of stress. The Zeigarnik effect suggests that the key to reducing this stress is simple: complete the tasks. Once the task is done, The brain no longer feels the need to dwell on it, and the tension disappears. However, while the Zeigarnik effect can be useful, it can also become overwhelming when there are too many incomplete tasks. The pressure to finish them can be intense, leading to feelings of frustration or burnout. The trick is balancing completion with the benefits of an unfinished task. It's important to use the effect wisely, making sure that the tasks left incomplete are those that will lead to more motivation rather than an excess of mental burden. This idea also has a social component. In relationships, people tend to remember unresolved conflicts or conversations better than those that were fully addressed. This is because our minds feel an inherent need to resolve these open issues. When people leave conversations unfinished, whether intentionally or not, it can create a sense of unease that lingers until the issue is addressed. The same principle applies to promises or commitments. If someone has made a promise but hasn't followed through, the incomplete nature of that commitment can stay in the other person's mind, potentially affecting their view of the relationship until the issue is resolved. The Zeigarnik effect also plays a part in how we remember our own life events. When you look back on a past project, a trip, or even a conversation, the parts that were left unfinished are often the most vivid in memory. This can apply to both personal experiences and work-related projects. If you've ever left a project incomplete or had a disagreement that didn't reach a resolution, the details of these situations might stay with you longer than the events that went smoothly and were finished. In terms of memory, the Zeigarnik effect can be particularly useful in learning or studying. When students leave a question unanswered or a topic unexplored, they are more likely to revisit the material in their minds later, reinforcing their learning. Teachers can even use this effect to encourage deeper thinking by leaving students with open-ended questions or topics to ponder. By leaving something incomplete, it prompts students to mentally engage with the material long after the lesson is over. Interestingly, the Zeigarnik effect also has a connection to creativity. Sometimes when a person gets stuck on a problem, stepping away and leaving it unfinished can actually enhance creativity. The brain continues to process the incomplete task in the background, and this incubation period can lead to new insights or ideas. Many creators, from writers to inventors, have reported that stepping away from a project and allowing their mind to rest can lead to a breakthrough when they return to it. In short, the Zeigarnik effect is a reminder that unfinished business doesn't just disappear. Our brains hold on to these open tasks, keeping them present in our thoughts. This can have both positive and negative effects depending on how it is managed. It can drive us to finish projects, solve problems, and address unfinished conversations, but it can also create stress when there are too many unresolved tasks. The key is understanding how the Zeigarnik effect works and using it to our advantage, whether for productivity, learning, or creativity, while also knowing when to close the loop and let go of mental burdens. The Pion effect is a psychological phenomenon where higher the Pygmalion effect expectations lead to improved performance. This principle highlights how what people expect from others can directly influence their outcomes, often in subtle but powerful ways. The basic idea is that when someone is expected to perform well, they are more likely to meet or exceed those expectations. This effect works on the principle of self-fulfilling prophecy, where beliefs or assumptions about someone can lead to actions that help bring those assumptions to life. Consider a teacher in a classroom. If the teacher believes that certain students have great potential, they are more likely to give those students more attention, encouragement, and opportunities. This extra support can help the students perform better, ultimately confirming the teacher's initial belief. On the other hand, if the teacher believes that a student will struggle, they may offer less help or show less faith in that student's abilities, which can lead to poor performance. The teacher's expectations shape the student's reality, even if those expectations are not overtly stated. The Pygmalion effect is not limited to teachers or students. It can be observed in many areas of life, such as in workplaces, sports teams, or personal relationships. In a work setting, for example, a manager who believes in their team's abilities is likely to foster a more positive and productive environment. The team members may then live up to their manager's expectations because they feel supported and valued. When leaders express confidence in their employees, the employees are more motivated and are more likely to succeed because they internalize those expectations. The opposite can happen too if a manager has low expectations for their team. They might not invest in their development or provide enough resources for them to succeed. This lack of support creates a self-fulfilling prophecy where the team's performance reflects the manager's limited belief in them. In essence, the expectations set by leaders and authority figures play a crucial role in shaping outcomes. The Payan effect also ties into how we perceive our own abilities. When we believe in ourselves and set high standards, we are more likely to put in the effort and take the necessary actions to reach those standards. For example, a student who expects to do well on an exam will likely study harder and more effectively, which leads to better performance. This belief in one's ability is a key driver of motivation, and when expectations are set high, it encourages individuals to rise to the occasion. In the workplace, this principle can have a significant impact on organizational culture. Leaders who set high standards and show belief in their employees can create a culture of high performance. This doesn't necessarily mean putting pressure on people, but rather subtly setting the expectation that excellence is possible and achievable. Employees who feel trusted and capable are more likely to take initiative, solve problems, and innovate because they believe that their contributions are valued. In sports, coaches often use the Pygmalion effect to encourage athletes to perform at their best. If a coach believes that a player has the potential to excel, they are likely to push that player to improve and provide more opportunities for growth. The player feeling supported begins to believe in their own potential, which leads to better performance on the field. The coach's belief in the athlete's ability becomes a motivating factor, and the athlete's success reinforces the coach's belief. However, the peon effect is not just about overtly setting high expectations. The way those expectations are communicated can make a big difference. Sometimes expectations are set subtly through body language, tone of voice, and the way we respond to others. For instance, if a manager gives a team member a more positive and engaged response when they suggest an idea, the employee feels validated and more likely to contribute more. Similarly, a teacher's body language can communicate their belief in a student's potential, which in turn boosts the student's confidence and performance. The key to the Pyman effect is the subtlety in how expectations are communicated. When expectations are communicated through actions rather than direct statements, they can have a more profound impact. People often pick up on cues, whether conscious or unconscious, that signal how they are viewed. If someone senses that they are believed in, they will likely rise to meet those expectations even without being directly told. For example, a leader who consistently provides positive reinforcement and shows confidence in their team's abilities creates an environment where high performance is the norm. The employees start to believe in themselves and push themselves to meet the high expectations. This kind of environment breeds a culture of success because everyone is motivated to do their best, driven by the belief that their efforts will lead to success. The Pygmalion effect can also have a strong influence on personal relationships. In a relationship, when one person believes in the potential of the other, it creates a supportive and positive environment that encourages growth. If one partner consistently expresses confidence in the other, it can boost the other person's self-esteem and belief in their own abilities. This in turn can lead to better communication, more support, and a stronger, more fulfilling relationship. People are more likely to succeed when they feel supported and the subtle belief of someone else in their abilities can make a significant difference. However, there are challenges to using the Pygmalion effectively. Requires a level of self-awareness and emotional intelligence. Leaders, teachers, and even individuals in personal relationships must be careful not to set unrealistic expectations that can overwhelm or stress others. The goal is not to push people to perform beyond their capabilities, but to set expectations that encourage growth without being overbearing. When expectations are too high or too demanding, they can lead to anxiety and burnout rather than motivation and improvement. The key is to find a balance. Setting the bar high is important, but it must be done in a way that is encouraging and supportive. Expectations should inspire people to push themselves, not make them feel inadequate or incapable. A leader or mentor who believes in someone's potential is not merely demanding perfection, but is encouraging them to develop their skills and reach their highest potential. The Python effect works because it taps into the natural human desire to meet the expectations of others, especially those we respect or look up to. People are more likely to strive for success when they feel that others believe in their ability to succeed. When people feel supported, trusted, and believed in, they are more likely to perform at their best. This principle is not limited to external expectations. However, the expectations we set for ourselves are just as powerful. When we set high standards for ourselves and believe in our ability to meet those standards, we are more likely to put in the effort and take the necessary steps to achieve our goals. This internal belief drives motivation and can lead to success in all areas of life. The Pylean effect shows the power of belief. Whether it's a teacher, manager, coach, or even a friend, the belief others have in us can drive us to achieve more than we thought possible. When others set high expectations and subtly communicate their confidence in us, we are more likely to rise to meet those expectations. This effect illustrates the importance of creating an environment where belief in potential is consistently expressed, whether through actions, words, or body language. With the right balance, setting high expectations can lead to extraordinary performance and success. In negotiations, the first number mentioned can have a surprising, anchoring impact on the final outcome. This phenomenon is known as anchoring. The idea behind anchoring is simple. The initial value or offer sets a mental benchmark that influences how people perceive subsequent offers or decisions. Once a number is introduced, whether it's a price, salary, or any other figure, it becomes the reference point against which all further discussions are measured. This initial number often serves as an anchor that sways decisions, even if it's not entirely relevant or reasonable. Imagine you're shopping for a used car. The salesperson starts by quoting a high price, let's say $20,000, even though you know the car is worth less. As the negotiation progresses, the salesperson might bring the price down to $18,000 or $17,500. While these numbers are lower, they are still above what you originally thought the car was worth because of initial price of $20,000. You might feel that you're getting a deal even though the final price is still higher than you expected. The initial number, $20,000, anchored your thinking, and it made the final price seem more reasonable. This effect is not just limited to car sales. It can apply to virtually any negotiation. In salary discussions, for example, if an employer mentions a starting salary of $70,000 first, that figure sets the stage. For the rest of the conversation, if the employee initially hoped for $65,000, the $70,000 figure might now seem fair even if it's higher than their expectations. The initial number influences how both parties perceive what is reasonable, even though the true value might differ significantly from the anchoring. Works because of the way our brains process information. When we hear a number, our mind tends to fixate on it, even if it isn't fully relevant to the situation. From that point onward, we make adjustments based on that starting point. Often insufficiently, we become anchored to the first number, and all other figures are evaluated relative to it. This is why the first number mentioned often carries such weight in negotiations, even when it's arbitrary or overly optimistic. in a more formal context, such as business deals or salary. Negotiations anchoring plays a critical role in shaping expectations. A company looking to hire someone might start with a high salary offer, even if the candidate had a lower number in mind. The first offer might anchor their expectations, and they may begin to see that salary as acceptable, even though they could have potentially secured a better deal. The first offer becomes a reference point, and everything after that feels more reasonable in comparison. This principle can be particularly useful in salary negotiations. If a candidate is asked to state their expected salary first, they might unconsciously anchor the discussion based on their initial number. For example, if someone asks for $55,000, it can often lead to an offer close to that amount, even if they might have been willing to accept a higher salary. If the employer sets the initial number at $60,000, the candidate might feel compelled to accept it or negotiate within a range that includes that figure. Even if the candidate doesn't expect such a high number, the fact that the employer put it forward as the starting point can influence their expectations and lead to a better outcome for the employer. The power of an anchoring extends to other areas as well in real estate. When a seller lists a property for a high price, buyers often find themselves negotiating downward from that anchor. Even if they know the property is overpriced, the initial asking price becomes the baseline for the negotiations. Buyers might make offers closer to the asking price, adjusting downward from the anchor rather than coming up with their own independent lower estimate of the property's value. In politics, the concept of anchoring can be observed when policy proposals are introduced. For instance, if a government suggests raising taxes by 10%, even though the actual plan might involve a 5% increase, the initial figure sets the stage for the debate. People will focus on the larger number, and the smaller, more reasonable proposal might seem more acceptable. As a result, the anchoring effect distorts perceptions and shifts the negotiation toward a middle ground. Even when the initial figure is unrealistic, anchoring is not always about influencing the other party's behavior. It can also be used to protect one's own interests. For example, if you're selling a product or service and you begin with a high price, you set an anchor that makes it easier to justify subsequent price reductions. By starting with a higher figure, you give yourself room to negotiate and still arrive at a price that is acceptable to you. The final price will seem like a discount, even though it may still meet your profit goals. The key to successfully using anchoring in negotiations is understanding its psychological effect. When you're the one introducing the first number, it's essential to set it strategically. It should be reasonable, enough to avoid pushing the other party away, but high enough to give you room for negotiation. If the first number is set too high or too low, it can backfire. A figure that is clearly unrealistic might cause the other party to dismiss the offer altogether, but a number that's too low could weaken your position and leave you with little room to adjust. On the flip side, if you're the one responding to the first number, it's crucial to be aware of how the initial figure may shape your thinking. Even if the first number seems high or low, try to evaluate the situation independently and stay focused on what is reasonable and fair, rather than letting the anchor unduly influence your judgment. If the initial offer is high, resist the temptation to think that it's the starting point for your negotiations. Instead, counter with a number that is based on your own research or expectations, not just a reaction to the first offer. In some cases, it's better to avoid making the first offer entirely if you can let the other party set the anchor. This way, you have the advantage of responding to their number, and you can frame the conversation based on their expectations. This is especially true if you feel that the other party may be unaware of the full value or context of what's being negotiated. The anchoring effect. It also explains why people often feel dissatisfied with the final outcome of a negotiation, even when a deal is made and both parties are content with the result. The person who was exposed to the first number often feels as if they didn't get the best deal. This is because their expectations were shaped by the initial figure. They might have been more willing to accept a lower or higher number had it not been for the anchor. This sense of dissatisfaction is a direct result of the anchoring effect, which affects not just the outcome, but also how we perceive the outcome. The anchoring effect can be seen in retail pricing as well. Consider how many stores set the original price of an item significantly higher than the discounted price. The original price serves as the anchor, making the discount appear more substantial than it might actually be. Even if the original price was inflated, customers tend to focus on the discount in relation to that higher anchor, often perceiving it as a better deal than they would have if the item had been priced reasonably from the start. In conclusion, anchoring is a psychological phenomenon that deeply influences how we make decisions and negotiate. The first number introduced in a negotiation can set the tone for everything that follows, influencing perceptions and shaping outcomes. Whether you're buying, selling, or negotiating any other deal, being aware of how anchoring works can give you an advantage in understanding how the initial offer shapes the rest of the conversation. By setting the right anchor or responding strategically to the first number, you can guide negotiations toward a more favorable outcome for yourself. Understanding this principle allows you to be more mindful of how you engage in negotiations and can ultimately lead to better results. Social proof is a psychological, social proof phenomenon where people are influenced by the actions and behaviors of others. Essentially, we tend to follow the crowd, believing that if others are doing something, it must be the right or acceptable thing to do. This effect plays on our desire to fit in and our natural tendency to rely on the experiences of others when making decisions, whether in small everyday choices or larger, more significant actions. The behavior of others can strongly shape our own actions. For example, imagine you're at a new restaurant. If you walk in and notice a line of people waiting for a table, you may think, "This must be a good place to eat." The long line serves as social proof that others find the food worthwhile, which makes you more likely to stay and try it yourself even if you had no prior. Knowledge of the restaurant. The behavior of others influences your decision. In this scenario, the action of others. Waiting in line is providing you with a subtle cue that encourages you to follow. Suit social proof is often seen in marketing and advertising companies use. Testimonials, reviews, and customer ratings to show that others have purchased and enjoyed their products. These forms of social proof make potential customers feel more confident in their decision to buy because they see that others have had a positive experience. If you're unsure about whether to purchase something, seeing that others have rated it highly can make it easier to decide. The more positive feedback a product has, the more likely people are to buy it simply because they assume it's popular and therefore reliable. This effect can be seen in various contexts, from online shopping to service-based industries. For example, when people search for hotels, they often look for user reviews or ratings. If a hotel has hundreds of positive reviews, it increases the likelihood that someone will choose to book a room there. On the other hand, if a hotel has very few reviews or poor ratings, people may feel hesitant to book even if they've never stayed there themselves. The experience of others acts as a guide, helping to shape the decision. The power of social proof extends beyond consumer decisions. In social settings, people often look to others to determine how to behave. For instance, if you walk into a room where everyone is seated and quiet, you are more likely to sit down and remain quiet as well. This is because you are subconsciously looking to others for cues about what is appropriate behavior in that particular situation. Similarly, if you walk into a social gathering where people are talking loudly and laughing, you are more likely to act in a similar manner because you're following the social norms set by the group. In the workplace, social proof can influence behavior and performance. When employees see their colleagues working hard, achieving goals, or receiving praise, they may feel motivated to perform similarly. For example, if a manager praises a team for meeting a deadline, other employees may feel a sense of competition or camaraderie, encouraging them to meet similar expectations. The behavior of peers can create a productive atmosphere where others feel driven to succeed simply because they see that others are doing so in more formal settings, such as charity donations. Social proof plays a key role in influencing people's willingness to give. When a charity shows that many people have already donated, others are more likely to contribute. If an individual sees that their friends, family, or even strangers are giving, they may feel compelled to do the same, not wanting to miss out or appear indifferent. The idea that everyone else is doing it taps into a deep-seated desire to fit in and be part of a group. This can be particularly strong in social networks, where peer influence is magnified. Social proof also plays a significant role in shaping our online interactions. Social media platforms thrive on this concept, as people often post about the things they enjoy, recommend, or share. When you see a friend post about a new movie, book, or product, You may feel more inclined to check it out yourself. This effect is even stronger when the post comes from someone you respect or admire. If a well-known figure or influencer shares something, their followers are more likely to follow suit and try the same thing. Influencers are an excellent example of how social proof can be used strategically. Social media influencers build their following by showing their experiences with products, services, or lifestyles. When they post something about a new product, their followers often see it as an endorsement, making it more likely that they'll make a purchase or try the product. The influencer's endorsement serves as social proof that the product is worth considering because many people look to influencers for recommendations. Their opinions hold significant weight in shaping purchasing decisions. In some cases, social proof can even influence the spread of trends or behaviors in society. For example, when a new fashion trend becomes popular, people often start adopting the style because they see it gaining traction among their peers or celebrities as more people wear certain clothing or accessories. Others begin to see it as acceptable or fashionable. The trend becomes self-reinforcing as more and more people join in simply because they see others doing the same thing. This creates a cycle where social proof encourages the spread of certain behaviors, ideas, or trends. Social proof can also be used in a more subtle way in leadership. For instance, a manager might display certain behaviors or values like teamwork or dedication to a project with the expectation that others will follow their example. Leaders can set a tone for the workplace culture by demonstrating how they expect people to behave. If a manager prioritizes collaboration, it encourages employees to do the same. By setting the right example, a leader can influence the entire team to align with the values they want to see. This principle is often seen in charitable campaigns where donations increase when social proof is incorporated into the appeal. For example, if a fundraising campaign shows that many people have already contributed, potential donors may feel compelled to donate as well. The idea that others have already contributed creates a sense of community and shared responsibility. It encourages individuals to follow the crowd simply because they don't want to be left out or seem indifferent. Social proof is so powerful because it taps into our basic need for social acceptance. We often look to others to guide our behavior, especially when we're uncertain about what to do. This desire to fit in and follow the norms of a group is deeply ingrained in human nature. It's not always a conscious decision to follow others, but rather a subtle influence that shapes our actions. While social proof can be a valuable tool, it's important to recognize when it might be misused. For example, in advertising, some companies may fabricate testimonials or fake reviews to create the illusion of social proof. This kind of manipulation can backfire if consumers realize that the social proof is not genuine. People are more likely to trust social proof when it comes from credible and authentic sources. It's also worth considering that social proof isn't always the right guide. Just because everyone is doing something doesn't necessarily mean it's the best, or most ethical choice. In some cases, following the crowd can lead to poor decisions or unethical behavior. This is why it's important to evaluate the behavior of others critically, rather than simply following the crowd because it feels comfortable. At its core, social proof is a powerful force that shapes the way we make decisions, behave, and interact with the world around us. Whether we are purchasing products, making social decisions, or navigating our professional lives, we are constantly influenced by the actions of others. By understanding how social proof works, we can be more mindful of how it affects our decisions and use it strategically, whether in marketing, leadership, or personal relationships. The scarcity principle is a psychological concept that suggests scarcity principle place a higher value on things when they are perceived to be rare or in limited supply. This principle taps into a basic human instinct, the fear of missing out, or FOMO, when something is scarce or hard. To obtain it creates a sense of urgency, and we are often motivated to act quickly to secure it before it's gone. Whether it's a product, a job opportunity, or even time, the perception of scarcity makes us desire things more often, making us feel that they are more valuable. For example, think about a limited time sale in a store. The store may advertise that only a certain number of items are available at a discounted price, or that the sale will end at a specific time. Even if the price of the item is not particularly low, the idea that the item is scarce can make you want to buy it. The thought that it might run out before you have the chance to purchase it creates a sense of urgency. People tend to value things more when they believe that they won't be able to get them easily or again in the future. This is why limited time offers or limited edition products are so effective. They trigger a fear of missing out, which pushes people to act quickly. This same principle can be seen in online shopping. Many e-commerce websites use phrases like "only 2 left in stock" or "low stock order" now to create a sense of scarcity even if you don't actually need the product. These messages can trigger a quick decision to buy. The idea that there are only a few while it increases the perceived value of the item and encourages customers to make a purchase before it disappears. This tactic is often used in marketing to increase sales and prompt immediate action. The scarcity principle also applies to experiences. Think about concert tickets or special events that sell out quickly. The scarcity of available tickets increases the demand for them. People want to attend because they know that the opportunity is rare and they may not have another chance to go. The fear of missing out on a limited experience can drive people to act impulsively, in many cases, even if someone is not particularly interested in the event. They might still purchase tickets simply because they believe the event is exclusive and hard to come by. Scarcity doesn't just apply to products and experiences. It also extends to people. When someone is perceived to be rare or hard to get, they can become more desirable in romantic relationships. For Example: if someone is seen as having many options or is emotionally distant, they may become more attractive because others perceive them as scarce. This is why some people play hard to get in dating situations, knowing that their perceived scarcity will increase their value in the eyes of others. In a work environment, a limited number of job positions or promotions can make the available roles seem more attractive. When a position is seen as scarce or difficult to obtain, people are more likely to compete for it, believing it to be more prestigious or rewarding. This applies to many areas in life, from limited job openings to exclusive clubs or organizations. When something is rare, it becomes more desirable because of the sense that it is valuable and worth pursuing. This principle is often used in advertising and marketing because it taps into basic human psychology. People generally don't like the idea of losing out on something they want, especially when it seems like everyone else is also trying to get it, whether it's a sale, a product, or in just experience. Marketing strategies that emphasize scarcity can encourage people to make decisions more quickly and with less hesitation. The fear of missing out on a rare opportunity can make them feel compelled to act. For example, many online retailers use phrases like "act now" or "limited time offer" to create a sense of urgency. Even if the customer doesn't need the product, the idea that the item is rare or only available for a short period of time can push them to buy. The scarcity principle often works even when the item is not genuinely scarce. Retailers may use the tactic of advertising a limited stock to give the impression that the product is in high demand, even when that's not the case. In real estate, the scarcity principle is used by agents to create urgency. If a property is described as a rare find or highly sought after, it can increase the perceived value of the property. Even if the property is not exceptional, the idea that it is a rare opportunity makes buyers feel that they need to act quickly to secure it. The scarcity of available properties can make the scarcity principle is a psychological concept that suggests we place a higher value on things when they are perceived to be rare or in limited supply. This principle taps into a basic human instinct, the fear of missing out, or FOMO. When something is scarce or hard to obtain, it creates a sense of urgency, and we are often motivated to act quickly to secure it before it's gone, whether it's a product, a job opportunity, or even time. The perception of scarcity makes us desire things more often, making us feel that they are more valuable. For example, think about a limited time sale in a store. The store may advertise that only a certain number of items are available at a discounted price, or that the sale will end at a specific time. Even if the price of the item is not particularly low, the idea that the item is scarce can make you want to buy it. The thought that it might run out before you have the chance to purchase it creates a sense of urgency. People tend to value things more when they believe that they won't be able to get them easily or again in the future. This is why limited time offers or limited edition products are so effective. They trigger a fear of missing out, which pushes people to act quickly. This same principle can be seen in online shopping. Many e-commerce websites use phrases like only two left in stock or low stock order now to create a sense of scarcity. Even if you don't actually need the product, these messages can trigger a quick decision to buy. The idea that there are only a few left increases the perceived value of the item and encourages customers to make a purchase before it disappears. This tactic is often used in marketing to increase sales and prompt immediate action. The scarcity principle also applies to experiences. Think about concert tickets or special events that sell out quickly. The scarcity of available tickets increases the demand for them. People want to attend because they know that the opportunity is rare and they may not have another chance to go. The fear of missing out on a limited experience can drive people to act impulsively. In many cases, even if someone is not particularly interested in the event, they might still purchase tickets simply because they believe the event is exclusive and hard to come by. Scarcity doesn't just apply to products and experiences. It also extends to people. When someone is perceived to be rare or hard to get, they can become more desirable. In romantic relationships, for example, if someone is seen as having many options or is emotionally distant, they may become more attractive because others perceive them as scarce. This is why some people play hard to get in dating situations, knowing that their perceived scarcity will increase their value in the eyes of others. In a work environment, a limited number of job positions or promotions can make the available roles seem more attractive. When a position is seen as scarce, the spotlight effect is a psychological. The spotlight effect phenomenon where people tend to overestimate how much others notice or care about their mistakes, flaws, or shortcomings. In simple terms, we often think that everyone is watching us more closely than they actually are. In reality, most people are too focused on their own lives and concerns to pay as much attention to us as we believe. For instance, imagine you're speaking in front of a group and you make a small mistake. Perhaps you stutter on a word or forget a part of your speech. In that moment, you might feel like everyone in the room is noticing the error, even judging you for it. But in truth, most of the people in the room are likely focused on themselves, thinking about their own concerns or wondering if they'll be next to speak, or just paying attention to the overall message rather than scrutinizing every detail of your performance. While you're overanalyzing your mistake, others are probably not paying as much attention to it as you think. This effect also plays out in social situations. Imagine you're attending a party and you spill a drink or have an awkward conversation. You may feel that everyone is noticing your mistake, thinking poorly of you, or whispering about it behind your back. However, the reality is that most people are too caught up in their own interactions and worries to focus on yours. They are not nearly as aware of your actions as you assume. In fact, they are probably more concerned about their own behavior, how they come across, or whether they look foolish in front of others. The spotlight effect tricks us into thinking we are the center of attention when in fact we are often not as noticeable as we believe. The spotlight effect can cause unnecessary anxiety and self-consciousness, especially in situations like public speaking, social gatherings, or job interviews. People who experience the spotlight effect might avoid certain situations or be overly self-critical because they are worried about how others perceive them. For example, someone might refuse to speak up in a meeting because they're afraid of making a mistake, thinking that everyone will focus on their every word. The fear of being judged by others can create a sense of paralysis, making it harder for the person to perform or even participate. This effect can also be observed when we focus too much on our appearance. We often believe that others are noticing flaws in our appearance, whether it's a pimple, a bad haircut, or a wrinkle on our clothes. We might feel self-conscious or even avoid social situations because we think everyone will notice these imperfections. However, people are typically much less focused on our appearance than we think. They are too concerned with their own image to pay close attention to ours. The same applies to public events, where we think our outfits or mannerisms are being closely scrutinized. Most of the time, no one is paying that much attention to us. The spotlight effect can also influence how we interpret other people's reactions. If someone seems distracted during a conversation, we might assume they're judging us for something we said or did, but in many cases they are likely thinking about something unrelated to us, such as their own plans or issues. We might read too much into small facial expressions or body language, thinking that others are reacting negatively, when in fact, they may not even be focused on us at all. One of the reasons the spotlight effect occurs is because of our natural tendency to be self-focused. From an early age, we are taught to be aware of how we appear to others, which makes us more sensitive to social cues and judgments. As we navigate social interactions, we become hyper aware of ourselves and how we come across. This heightened self-awareness, while helpful in some situations, can cause us to exaggerate the attention others are giving us. The spotlight effect makes us feel as though we are under a microscope, even when we are not. An interesting aspect of the spotlight effect is how it can be mitigated once we realize that others are not as focused on us as we think. Once we understand that people are generally more concerned with their own lives, it becomes easier to relax and be more present in social situations. Instead of obsessing over how we are being perceived, we can focus on enjoying the moment or delivering our message more confidently. We can take comfort in knowing that most people are not as focused on us as we believe. For example, if you're nervous about a presentation, reminding yourself that the audience is not scrutinizing every word or movement can help you calm down and focus on delivering your message effectively. The more we recognize the spotlight effect, the less power it has over us. Instead of fearing judgment or feeling self-conscious, we can approach the spotlight effect as a psychological phenomenon where people tend to overestimate how much others notice or care about their mistakes, flaws, or shortcomings. In simple terms, we often think that everyone is watching us more closely than they actually are. In reality, most people are too focused on their own lives and concerns to pay as much attention to us as we believe. For instance, imagine you're speaking in front of a group and you make a small mistake. Perhaps you stutter on a word or forget a part of your speech. In that moment, you might feel like everyone in the room is noticing the error, even judging you for it. But in truth, most of the people in the room are likely focused on themselves, thinking about their own concerns, or wondering if they'll be next to speak, or just paying attention to the overall message rather than scrutinizing every detail of your performance. While you're overanalyzing your mistake, others are probably not paying as much attention to it as you think. This effect also plays out in social situations. Imagine you're attending a party and you spill a drink or have an awkward conversation. You may feel that everyone is noticing your mistake, thinking poorly of you, or whispering about it behind your back. However, the reality is that most people are too caught up in their own interactions and worries to focus on yours. They are not nearly as aware of your actions as you assume. In fact, they are probably more concerned about their own behavior, how they come across, or whether they look foolish in front of others. The spotlight effect tricks us into thinking we are the center of attention, when in fact we are often not as noticeable as we believe. The spotlight effect can cause unnecessary anxiety and self-consciousness, especially in situations like public speaking, social gatherings, or job interviews. People who experience the spotlight effect might avoid certain situations or be overly self-critical because they are worried about how others perceive them. For example, someone might refuse to speak up in a meeting because they're afraid of making a mistake, thinking that everyone will focus on their every word. The fear of being judged by others can create a sense of paralysis, making it harder for the person to perform or even participate. This effect can also be observed when we focus too much on our appearance. We often believe that others are noticing flaws in our appearance. Whether it's a pimple, a bad haircut, or a wrinkle on our clothes, we might feel self-conscious or even avoid social situations, because reframing is a powerful tool that involves changing how we describe or reframing. Interpret a situation, which in turn changes how we perceive it. It's not about altering the facts, but shifting the perspective to view the situation in a more positive, neutral, or manageable way. By changing the frame through which we look at something, we can alter our emotional response, how we approach it, and ultimately how we feel about it. For example, imagine a person who is going through a challenging time at work. They may see the situation as a setback, something that's going wrong, and feel discouraged or frustrated. However, by reframing the situation, they can shift their focus from what is going wrong to what they are learning. Instead of thinking this is a failure, they could think this is an opportunity to learn and grow. The same situation is seen through a different lens, which can lead to a more positive emotional response and a better approach to solving the Problem reframing helps people shift from a fixed mindset to a growth mindset, enabling them to see challenges as opportunities for improvement rather than obstacles. The power of reframing is especially noticeable when dealing with difficult emotions. For instance, a person who is anxious about speaking in public might reframe their anxiety by thinking of it as excitement rather than fear. They might say to themselves, "I'm excited to share this information," instead of "I'm nervous and afraid." The physiological feelings that accompany both anxiety and excitement are similar, but how we interpret them makes all the difference. By choosing to frame the feeling as excitement, the person might feel more confident and less overwhelmed. Reframing also works well in situations where we feel overwhelmed or stressed. Take a person who is juggling multiple tasks at work. Instead of thinking, "I have too much to do and I can't handle it," they might reframe it by saying, "I have a lot of important tasks and I'm capable of handling them." This simple shift in language can reduce feelings of helplessness and instead inspire confidence in their ability to manage the workload. Reframing doesn't change the number of tasks, but it changes the perception of the situation, making it seem more manageable and less daunting. Reframing also plays a crucial role in how we handle relationships. For example, if someone feels that a partner is being distant or unresponsive, they might interpret it as a sign that the relationship is in trouble. However, if they reframe the situation, they might consider that the partner could be stressed or preoccupied with something else rather than assuming the worst. By shifting their interpretation of the situation, they can approach it with a more understanding and open mindset, which can lead to better communication and resolution. Reframing encourages people to look at things from a different angle rather than jumping to negative conclusions. In negotiations, reframing can be an effective strategy to influence how a proposal is viewed. For instance, if a business offers a price that seems high, they might reframe the cost by highlighting the value the customer will receive in return. Rather than focusing solely on the expense, the business could emphasize the long-term benefits, the quality, or the unique features of the product. This shift in focus helps the customer see the cost in a different light and can make the price seem more reasonable in negotiations. Reframing is a way to reshape the conversation, guiding both parties toward a mutually beneficial solution. Reframing is also a useful technique in handling failure. A person who didn't get a job they applied for might initially see it as a rejection. However, by reframing the situation, they might see it as a chance to refine their skills or gain better interview experience for future opportunities. Instead of thinking, "I failed," they could think, "This wasn't the right fit, but I am one step closer to finding the job that suits me." This shift in thinking allows people to move past setbacks with a sense of resilience and an understanding that failure is often a stepping stone to success. In everyday life, reframing can be used to manage disappointment. Let's say someone misses an event they were looking forward to attending, such as a concert or a gathering. Initially, they may feel upset or disappointed, but by reframing, they might think, I can use this time to relax and take care of myself, or I can plan for the next event and make it even better. Instead of focusing on the disappointment of missing out, reframing shifts the focus to an opportunity for self-care or future planning, reducing negative feelings and encouraging a more positive outlook. 1. Common reframing technique is to ask yourself, what's the opportunity here? This simple reframing is a powerful tool that involves changing how we describe or interpret a situation, which in turn changes how we perceive it. It's not about altering the facts, but shifting the perspective to view the situation in a more positive, neutral, or manageable way. By changing the frame through which we look at something, we can alter our emotional response, how we approach it, and ultimately how we feel about it. For example, imagine a person who is going through a challenging time at work. They may see the situation as a setback, something that's going wrong, and feel discouraged or frustrated. However, by reframing the situation, they can shift their focus from what is going wrong to what they are learning. Instead of thinking this is a failure, they could think this is an opportunity to learn and grow. The same situation is seen through a different lens, which can lead to a more positive emotional response and a better approach to solving the problem. Reframing helps people shift from a fixed mindset to a growth mindset, enabling them to see challenges as opportunities for improvement rather than obstacles. The power of reframing is especially noticeable when dealing with difficult emotions. For instance, a person who is anxious about speaking in public might reframe their anxiety by thinking of it as excitement rather than fear. They might say to themselves, I'm excited to share this information, instead of I'm nervous and afraid. The physiological feelings that accompany both anxiety and excitement are similar, but how we interpret them makes all the difference. By choosing to frame the feeling as excitement, the person might feel more confident and less overwhelmed. Reframing also works well in situations where we feel overwhelmed or stressed. Take a person who is juggling multiple tasks at work. Instead of thinking, I have too much to do and I can't handle it, they might reframe it by saying, I have a lot of important tasks and I'm capable of handling them. This simple shift in language can reduce feelings of helplessness and instead inspire confidence in their ability to manage the workload. Reframing doesn't change the number of tasks, but it changes the perception of the situation, making it seem more manageable and less daunting. Reframing also plays a crucial role in how we handle relationships. For example, if someone feels that a partner is being distant or unresponsive, they might interpret it as a sign that the relationship is in trouble. However, if they reframe the situation, they might consider that the partner could be stressed or preoccupied with something else rather than assuming the worst. By shifting their interpretation of the situation, they can approach it with a more understanding and open mindset, which can lead to better communication and resolution. Reframing encourages people to look at things from a different angle rather than jumping to negative labeling. Labeling is a psychological principle that involves assigning a specific trait or characteristic to someone, which can then influence their future behavior. This technique works by setting a certain expectation for how the person will act, which in turn increases the likelihood that they will act in a way that aligns with the label. By labeling someone with a positive or negative trait, we essentially guide them toward living up to that label, often without realizing it. For example, if you tell someone you're really helpful, you are labeling them as someone who is helpful. This label not only boosts their self-esteem, but also sets an expectation for how they will behave in the future. The next time you need help, they may be more inclined to assist because they want to live up to the positive label you've given them. Over time, the label reinforces itself, and the person starts to see themselves as helpful, making them more likely to engage in helpful behavior. This principle works in many areas of life, from everyday interactions to professional settings. In a workplace, a manager might say to an employee, "You're such a dedicated worker." By labeling them in this way, the manager is not only recognizing the employee's past work, but also setting an expectation for future behavior. The employee, now seeing themselves as dedicated, is more likely to continue working diligently to maintain that label. The label reinforces the behavior, creating a cycle where the employee's actions align with the manager's positive expectation. Similarly, in social relationships, labeling can influence how people behave. If you frequently tell a friend, "You're so considerate," that friend might start to act in more considerate ways because they want to live up to that label. The label not only shapes their self-image, but also signals to them what is expected in the relationship. By labeling someone positively, we can encourage them to act in ways that are consistent with that label, fostering positive behaviors and strengthening the bond. However, labeling can also have negative consequences when used in a harmful way. If someone is frequently labeled with negative traits, such as lazy or unreliable, it can influence their behavior in the same way, making them more likely to act in ways that reinforce those negative labels. 4. Example: if a teacher frequently labels a student as disruptive, the student may begin to see themselves as disruptive and act accordingly. Over time, the label becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, and the student may behave in ways that confirm the teacher's expectations. This negative labeling can be particularly damaging as it can limit a person's potential. When someone is labeled with a negative trait, they may internalize that label and begin to believe it defines them. They might start to act in ways that fit the label, not because they want to, but because they feel it is their only option. For instance, if a child is constantly told they are not good at math, they may come to believe that they will never succeed in math, even if they have the ability to improve. The label creates a barrier that prevents them from trying their best, and they may avoid putting in effort because they expect failure. The power of labeling can also be seen in how people respond to the labels others assigned to them. If a person is labeled as a leader or a go-to person in a group, they are more likely to take on leadership roles and act in ways that align with that label. Similarly, if someone is labeled as a troublemaker, they may start to act out or push boundaries because they feel that's what is expected of them. The label can shape their behavior even if it is not an accurate reflection of their true character. Labeling also plays a role in shaping group dynamics. In a team setting, when one person is labeled as the idea person or the problem solver, others in the group may naturally defer to them for solutions even if those labels are not entirely accurate. This can create a situation where one person is expected to carry the weight of the team's ideas or solutions, while others may feel less motivated to contribute. The label influences how people view their roles within the group and can lead to unequal participation. In some cases, labeling can lead to a lack of personal growth. When people are labeled with a certain trait, it can limit their ability to explore new aspects of themselves. For example, if someone is always labeled as the funny one, they might feel pressured to always be humorous even if they want to express other sides of their personality. The label creates an expectation that they will continue to act in a certain way, which can stifle their ability to grow and change. This is why it's important to be mindful of the labels we assign to others. Labeling is a psychological principle that involves assigning a specific trait or characteristic to someone, which can then influence their future behavior. This technique works by setting a certain expectation for how the person will act, which in turn increases the likelihood that they will act in a way that aligns with the label. By labeling someone with a positive or negative trait, we essentially guide them toward living up to that label often, without realizing it. For example, if you tell someone you're really helpful, you are labeling them as someone who is helpful. This label not only boosts their self-esteem, but also sets an expectation for how they will behave in the future. The next time you need help, they may be more inclined to assist because they want to live up to the positive label you've given them. Over time, the label reinforces itself, and the person starts to see themselves as helpful, making them more likely to engage in helpful behavior. This principle works in many areas of life, from everyday interactions to professional settings. In a workplace, a manager might say to an employee, "You're such a dedicated worker." By labeling them in this way, the manager is not only recognizing the employee's past work, but also setting an expectation for future behavior. The employee, now seeing themselves as dedicated, is more likely to continue working diligently to maintain that label. The label reinforces the behavior, creating a cycle where the employee's actions align with the manager's positive expectation. Similarly, in social relationships, labeling can influence how people behave. If you frequently tell a friend, "You're so considerate," that friend might start to act in more considerate ways. Because they want to live up to that label, the label not only shapes their self-image, but also signals to them what is expected in the relationship. By labeling someone positively, we can encourage them to act in ways that are consistent with that label, fostering positive behaviors and strengthening the bond. However, labeling can also have negative consequences when used in a harmful way. If someone is frequently labeled with negative traits such as lazy or unreliable, it can influence their behavior in the same way, making them more likely to act in ways that reinforce those negative labels. 4. Example: if a teacher frequently labels a student as disruptive, the student may begin to see themselves as disruptive and act accordingly. Over time. The label becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, and the student may behave in ways that confirm the teacher's expectations. This negative labeling can be particularly damaging as it can limit a person's potential. When someone is labeled with a negative trait, they may internalize that label and begin to believe it defines them. They might start to act in ways that fit the label, not because they want to, but because they feel it is their only option. For instance, if a child is constantly told they are not good at math, they may come to believe that they will never succeed in math even if they have the ability to improve. The label creates a barrier that prevents them from trying their best, and they may avoid putting in effort because they expect failure. The power of labeling can also be seen in how people respond to the labels others assigned to them. If a person is labeled as a leader or a go-to person in a group, they are more likely to take on leadership roles and act in ways that align with that. The IKEA effect. Effect refers to the tendency for people to place a higher value on things they have put effort into creating or assembling, even if the result isn't perfect. This psychological phenomenon is named after the Swedish furniture company IKEA, where customers buy furniture in flat pack form and assemble it themselves. Despite the fact that the process may be time-consuming or frustrating, people often end up feeling a stronger attachment to the furniture they've built themselves than to pre-assembled items. The effort and involvement in the creation process increase their perceived value of the object. For example, imagine you buy a bookshelf from IKEA. When you open the box, you see that all the parts and tools you'll need to assemble it yourself. The instructions are clear, but it takes time and focus to put everything together. Once you've finished, you stand back and admire the bookshelf. Even if it's not the most well-built or expensive piece of furniture, you likely feel a sense of pride and accomplishment in having built it with your own hands. This emotional investment boosts the value you place on the bookshelf, making you perceive it as more valuable than if you had bought a similar shelf that was pre-assembled. This effect isn't limited to furniture. The same principle can apply to various products or experiences in life. If you spend time working on a project, a craft, or even a home improvement task, you are more likely to value the final product highly because of the effort you put into it. The emotional connection you build through the process of creation or assembly makes the end result feel more meaningful regardless of its practical value. The IKEA effect shows how effort, involvement, and investment can alter our perception of value. It explains why people often value homemade gifts more than store-bought ones. A hand knit sweater, for instance, might not be as perfectly made as something bought in a store, but the person who received it may cherish it more because of the time, effort, and thought that went into making it. The effort is what gives the gift its significance. This effect underscores the emotional component of value. It's not just about the object itself, but also about the process and the emotional investment. In a broader sense, the IKEA effect has implications for how people approach tasks, goals, and even relationships. When you invest time and energy into something, whether it's a career project, a personal goal, or a relationship, you are likely to feel more attached to the outcome. This attachment can increase your satisfaction with the result, even if the outcome isn't perfect. For instance, someone who spends months working on a personal business project may feel a greater sense of pride and accomplishment, even if the business isn't as successful as they hoped. The value they place on their effort enhances their overall satisfaction with the outcome. This effect can also be seen in how people approach learning when students engage deeply with material, whether by studying for exams, doing assignments, or working on research projects. They often feel more satisfied with their learning, even if they don't end up with the highest grade. The process of learning and putting effort into understanding something contributes to their overall perception of value. In contrast, if they were handed information without effort or participation, they might not feel as invested or satisfied, even if the outcome, such as a high grade, is better. The IKEA effect can also explain why people hold on to things they've made, even if they're not perfect. Imagine you spend hours painting a picture or building a small piece of furniture, only for the end result to not turn out exactly as you imagined. Even if the picture has flaws or the furniture doesn't function as well as it could, you're likely to keep it because of the effort you put into creating it. The emotional value of the process outweighs the functional imperfections of the object itself. This can be seen in many hobbies or crafts where the process of creation is more fulfilling than the final product. Interestingly, the IKEA effect doesn't always apply when the task is too easy or too difficult. If the effort required is minimal or the task is too complex, people may not feel the same level of attachment. For example, if someone assembles a simple item in just a few minutes, they may not feel much pride or attachment to it. On the other hand, if the task is so difficult that it becomes frustrating or overwhelming, they may feel negative emotions associated with the process, which could reduce their overall attachment to the finished product. This psychological effect can also influence consumer behavior. Marketers and businesses can use the IKEA effect to their advantage by creating products or experiences that involve customers in the creation or customization process. For example, custom-built shoes or personalized jewelry can make customers feel more connected to the product because they've had a hand in designing it. The more involved the customer is, the more they are likely to value the product, leading to higher satisfaction and potentially greater brand loyalty. Similarly, companies that offer DIY kits or experiences that require the customer to build or create something themselves are tapping into this effect. Customers will likely value the product more because of their involvement in the process. The IKEA effect can also help explain why people sometimes overvalue their own work or projects. If someone spends a long time working on a report or a presentation, they might believe it is of higher quality than it actually is simply because they invested so much time and effort into it. While this bias may lead to overconfidence, it can also encourage people to feel a sense of pride in their work and to appreciate the progress they've made. This effect can also play a role in relationships. When people invest time and effort into a relationship, whether by spending quality time with someone helping them through difficult situations or building shared memories, they often value the relationship more highly. The effort put into maintaining and nurturing the relationship deepens the emotional attachment and strengthens the bond. Conversely, when relationships come easily, without much effort, people may not value them as much. The effort and time invested make the relationship feel more meaningful, even if the relationship itself isn't perfect. In a business setting, this effect could influence team dynamics. Employees who put in the effort to contribute to a project may feel a stronger connection to the work and be more invested in its success. Even if the project doesn't go exactly as planned, the emotional connection to the work they've contributed makes them feel a sense of ownership and pride in the outcome. This can lead to greater motivation and engagement in future projects. In conclusion, the IKEA effect illustrates how the effort we put into creating or assembling something increases the value we place on it, even if the final product isn't perfect. This psychological principle extends beyond furniture to many areas of life, from personal projects to relationships and consumer behavior. When we put effort into something, we feel more attached to it, and that emotional connection makes us perceive it as more valuable. Whether in personal growth work or consumer experiences, the value of effort is clear. It's not just the end result, but the journey and the investment of time, energy, and attention that makes something meaningful. The peak end rule is a psychological concept that explains how people judge their overall. The peak end rule experience based on two key moments, the most intense part of the experience, the peak, and the final part, the end. In other words, when people reflect on an event, they are likely to base their judgment on how the experience made them feel at its most emotional point and how it concluded rather than how it unfolded in its entirety. Imagine you go to a concert. The entire show lasts for 2 hours, but the best part, the peak, might be when the band plays your favorite song. That song might be the most thrilling part of the night, filled with excitement, energy, and emotions. The end of the concert might also play a role in how you feel about the experience. If the concert ends with a big encore, leaving you with a sense of excitement, you are more likely to remember the experience positively. Even if the rest of the concert was average or not as thrilling, the intense moment and the strong ending will overshadow the rest. This is the peak end rule in action. Similarly, think about going to a theme park. The lines may be long and some rides may not be as exciting as you hoped, but if the most exhilarating ride of the day happens to be your last one, and it leaves you feeling thrilled and satisfied, the entire experience is likely to be judged positively, even if the day was filled with ups and downs. The peak moments and the final ride define your overall impression of the day. This rule also applies to more everyday experiences, like dining at a restaurant. If your meal was good, but the dessert was exceptional, and the meal ends with a great final impression, you're more likely to leave the restaurant with a positive view of the whole experience. On the other hand, if the meal was great, but the final course was disappointing, or the service was poor at the end, you might judge the entire meal negatively. Even if the majority of the dining experience was enjoyable, the peak end rule suggests that when people remember events, their minds tend to focus more on the emotional high, the peak, and the emotional finish, the end, rather than the overall experience. It means that the most intense emotional experiences, either positive or negative, are far more significant in shaping how people judge their memories. This is why a movie with a mediocre storyline might still be remembered fondly if it has an exciting climax and a satisfying ending. Similarly, a movie that was generally engaging but ended on a sour note could leave viewers with a negative impression. This rule also explains why people often focus on the final part of a vacation. For example, if a vacation starts slowly with some minor inconveniences but ends with a spectacular experience, such as an exciting day, a beautiful sunset, or a memorable event, people may judge the entire vacation positively. The final moments of the trip are what stick in their minds, shaping their overall view of the experience. The same can happen in professional settings. An employee may have a tough project with long hours and challenging tasks. But if the project ends with a great presentation or a sense of achievement, the employee might feel proud of the entire experience even. Though the process itself was not easy, the peak end rule has significant implications in customer service for businesses. It's not enough to offer a consistently good experience. Companies that focus on providing an outstanding peak moment and a strong conclusion to the experience will leave customers with a more favorable view, even if the service or product had some minor flaws in between. For example, a hotel might offer excellent amenities and service, but if the final interaction with staff, such as checking out, is rushed or impersonal, the guest may remember the end of the stay negatively, overshadowing the good moments that came earlier. This principle also plays a role in how people process pain and discomfort. Medical procedures, for instance, are often judged by the most intense moment and how they conclude. If a patient undergoes a minor procedure that causes brief discomfort but ends quickly, with the discomfort fading right away, they may rate the experience as less unpleasant than if the discomfort lingers or is more severe toward the end. The emotional highs and lows of the experience are far more significant than the duration of the procedure itself. The peak end rule also affects how people view time. Time seems to pass more quickly when we experience moments of excitement or enjoyment. The emotional peaks and strong endings make an experience feel more rewarding, even if the duration was long or the experience had some less pleasant moments. This is why vacations, concerts, or other exciting events often feel short, even though they last a significant amount of time. The peak experiences and the final moments make the entire event feel like it went by faster, and people remember it fondly. On the other hand, a long and boring meeting at work might drag on, but if the last part of the meeting includes some engaging discussion or valuable insight, people might remember the meeting more. Positively, the peak and the end have such a strong impact that the middle parts can often be overlooked or forgotten. This is why ending on a positive note is so important in many situations. Whether it's a product launch, a conference, or even a conversation, people are likely to focus on the emotional highs and the conclusion not the average or mundane moments in between. This rule can be applied effectively in personal relationships as well. How a relationship ends or how significant moments in the relationship unfold can determine how people view the relationship overall. If a couple goes through challenging times but ends with a romantic gesture or a positive, meaningful event, they may reflect on the relationship fondly. Similarly, a friendship that has gone through ups and downs might be remembered by the moments of emotional intensity or the times when both individuals supported each other in difficult moments. In marketing and advertising, businesses can use the peak end rule to craft memorable experiences for customers. Companies can design their customer journeys to ensure that the peak moments, such as delivering a surprise upgrade, offering a special gift, or providing excellent customer support, are memorable, and that the end of the interaction leaves customers feeling satisfied. Whether it's a product delivery or a customer service call, companies that focus on the peak and end of the experience are more likely to leave customers with a positive impression, even if there were small issues along the way. People are likely to judge the quality of an experience based on how it made them feel at its most intense moment and how it concluded, regardless of how long the experience lasted or what happened in the middle. This understanding can be applied across various domains, from personal experiences to business strategies, and can help individuals and organizations create more memorable and rewarding experiences that people will reflect on positively in relationships, work projects, and consumer experiences. The peak end rule shows how the highs and the endings matter most in shaping people's memories. People might not remember everything that happened along the way, but they will definitely recall how they felt during the most exciting or emotional moments and how the experience concluded. By recognizing this, we can ensure that the peak moments and the conclusion of our interactions leave a positive, lasting impression. The double bind technique is a subtle but effective double bind technique way of guiding someone toward a desired outcome by presenting them with two options, both of which lead to the same result. This technique plays on the idea that people often feel more in control when they believe they are making a choice, even if both options ultimately align with the desired goal. By offering two paths that both lead to the same conclusion, you can influence decisions without making the person feel coerced or pressured. Imagine a scenario where you want a colleague to attend a meeting. Instead of simply telling them to go, you might ask, would you prefer to attend the meeting at 10:00 a.m. or 2 p.m.? Both choices require them to attend the meeting, but by presenting the options, the colleague feels they have some control over when they attend. The desired outcome, attendance, is achieved, but the colleague believes they've made the decision themselves, which can make them more willing to comply. This technique is effective because it frames the situation in a way that removes resistance. People often resist direct commands or requests, especially if they feel like they don't have a choice in the matter. By offering options, you allow the person to make a choice within the parameters you've set. They may feel like they are exercising their own autonomy, but the underlying objective is still achieved. The double bind technique can be used in a variety of situations, from professional settings to personal relationships in a workplace if you need a team member to complete a task. You could ask, do you want to work on the report this afternoon or tomorrow morning? Both options involve completing the task, but by presenting the team member with a choice, they feel more empowered. They may even be more motivated to finish the task on time because they feel they've had some input in the decision. This technique works because it reduces the emotional resistance to the action you want the person to take. When we feel like we're being forced into a decision, we often push back. The double bind technique circumvents this by presenting two acceptable options, each leading to the desired outcome. The individual's perception of control is maintained, and they are less likely to feel resentment toward the decision. It can also be used in customer service or sales. Imagine a scenario where a customer is hesitant about purchasing a product. Instead of asking, would you like to buy this product today? You might ask, would you prefer to pay in full today or set up a payment plan? Both options lead to a sale, but the customer feels like they have a say in how the purchase is handled. The outcome you want, the sale, is still achieved, but the customer has chosen the method they feel most comfortable with. Similarly, in a parenting context, a parent might use the double bind technique to guide a child's behavior. Instead of simply telling the child to clean their room, a parent might say, would you like to start with the toys or the clothes? Both options involve cleaning the room, but the child feels like they have control over where to begin. This approach makes the task seem more manageable and less of a direct command. The child might feel more willing to start cleaning because they chose how to approach it. The double bind can also be useful in negotiations. Suppose you are negotiating a contract with a client. Instead of pushing for a specific term, you might present them with two alternatives. Would you prefer a longer payment term or a slightly higher price? Both options are acceptable to you and move the deal forward, but by framing the situation as a choice, the client feels more in control. The outcome you desire Signing the contract is achieved, but the client feels they have made a decision that best suits their needs. One of the main reasons the double bind technique is effective is that it reduces cognitive dissonance. Cognitive dissonance is the discomfort that people feel when they are forced to choose between two conflicting options. By offering two equally desirable options, you avoid this discomfort as both choices seem reasonable and acceptable. The person is left with a sense of satisfaction from making a choice without feeling the pressure of a one-sided demand, however it is important. To use this technique ethically, when presenting two options, they should both be reasonable and aligned with your desired outcome. If the options are not genuinely acceptable, the person may feel manipulated or tricked, which can backfire. The double bind technique works best when both choices are in the best interest of both parties. If the choices feel forced or insincere, it can create resistance rather than cooperation. Another important factor to consider when using the double bind technique is the person's sense of autonomy. People generally like to feel that they are in control of their decisions, and when they are given a choice, they feel more empowered. However, if the options are too limiting or the person feels that neither choice is in their best interest, they may resist even more. The goal of the double bind is to present the person with choices that make them feel they are deciding even though both paths lead to the same outcome. In interpersonal relationships, the double bind can help smooth over disagreements or avoid conflict. For instance, if two people are having a discussion about plans, one person might say, "Would you rather go to the park now or in an hour?" This gives the other person a chance to decide while still ensuring the outcome is in line with the person's preference. The underlying goal, spending time together, remains intact, but the person feels they have had a say in the timing. In a workplace setting, the double bind can be used to encourage employees to take responsibility for their tasks instead of giving them a direct order. You could ask, "Would you prefer to work on this task now or in the afternoon?" You're still ensuring that the task is completed, but you're giving the employee a sense of control over when it gets done. This approach can foster a more collaborative and less hierarchical environment where people feel more motivated to complete their work. The double bind also works well in conflict resolution. If two people are in disagreement, you can use the technique to help them find a solution by offering them two choices that both lead to a positive resolution. For example, you might say, "Would you like to talk about this issue now, or would you prefer to take some time and discuss it later today?" Both options offer a chance to resolve the conflict, but by giving them a choice, you reduce the emotional tension that comes with being told what to do. However, while the double bind is a powerful technique, it's essential to be careful not to use it in manipulative or coercive ways. The effectiveness of this technique relies on creating a sense of collaboration and mutual respect. When people feel that their autonomy is being respected, they are more likely to go along with the desired outcome without resistance. The goal should be to offer choices that are genuinely in the best interest of both parties rather than simply trying to manipulate the outcome to your advantage. Ultimately, the double bind technique is about providing people with a sense of choice while subtly guiding them toward a desired result by offering two acceptable options. You give people the illusion of control, making them more likely to make a decision that aligns with your objective, whether in personal relationships, business, or negotiations. The double bind can be a powerful tool for influencing behavior in a way that feels natural and cooperative rather than forceful. The forced choice technique involves framing forced choice questions or decisions in a way that both options lead to a favorable outcome for you, instead of asking an open-ended question where the other person could potentially give an answer that works against your interests. You offer them two choices, both of which are acceptable to you. This approach gives the illusion of control to the other person while still guiding them toward a result that benefits you. For example, let's say you need someone to complete a task. Instead of simply asking, "Can you do this task?" which could be met with hesitation or refusal, you might ask, "Would you prefer to do this now, or would you like to do it after lunch?" Both options give the person a sense of choice and flexibility, but you've already controlled when the task will get done. No matter what option they pick, the task will be completed, and you've made it seem like it's their decision. In a similar scenario, if you're trying to influence when a meeting will take place, instead of asking, "When is a good time for the meeting?" you might say, "Would it be better to meet this afternoon or tomorrow morning?" You've already decided when you want the meeting to happen, but by giving the other person two acceptable options, you make them feel like they're making the choice while you still get what you want. The forced choice technique works because it taps into the human desire for autonomy and control. People generally prefer to feel like they are in charge of their decisions, and by framing a question in this way, you allow them to make a choice, but within the boundaries you've set. This makes them more likely to agree to your request, as they feel empowered by the ability to choose between two options, even though both lead to the same desired outcome for you. This technique can also be applied in more casual situations. For instance, if you're deciding on a restaurant with a friend, instead of just saying, "Where would you like to eat?" which could lead to indecision or a long debate, you could say, "Would you prefer to go for Mexican or Italian tonight?" Now the other person has a clear choice between two options, both of which you're fine with. It simplifies the decision process and reduces the chances of an extended discussion about where to go in professional settings. The forced choice technique is often used in negotiations or team settings to guide decision. If you're negotiating a deal, instead of leaving the conversation open-ended, you might ask, "Would you like to proceed with a 30-day payment term or a 60-day term?" Both options give the other parties some flexibility, but you've already controlled the terms and set the parameters of the discussion. This makes the negotiation process smoother, as it steers the conversation toward a decision that you're comfortable with while still giving the other party the appearance of control. This technique can also be useful when dealing with customer preferences. For example, if you're a salesperson and you want to know what kind of product a customer is interested in, instead of asking an open-ended question like, "What are you looking for?" you could ask, "Would you prefer a smaller model or a larger one?" Both options guide the customer toward making a choice that helps you. Tailor your recommendation, but they don't feel pressured or confused by framing the question in a way that limits the options. You make it easier for the customer to make a decision while still guiding them toward the products you want to highlight. The beauty of the forced choice technique is that it makes decisions feel easier when people are presented with an open-ended decision. They can often feel overwhelmed or indecisive, especially when the decision has multiple possible outcomes. However, when you limit their choices to two options, it simplifies the decision process and makes it easier for them to make a choice. This technique reduces cognitive load and helps to avoid the paralysis that can come with having too many choices. For example, let's say you're trying to decide what to do on a weekend. Instead of asking, "What do you want to do this weekend?" which could lead to a long back and forth conversation about options, you might say, "Would you prefer to go hiking or go to a movie?" This way, the decision is already made for them to choose between two options. The conversation is more efficient, and both people are more likely to be satisfied with the outcome because the decision process was streamlined. In parenting, the forced choice technique is a great way to encourage kids to make decisions without feeling like they are being bossed around. Instead of telling a child, "Do your homework now," you could ask, "Would you like to do your homework before or after dinner?" The child still has to do their homework, but they feel like they have a say in when they do it. This subtle shift in how you frame the request helps the child feel empowered, reducing resistance to the task at hand. In a business context, the forced choice technique can also be helpful in managing expectations and creating clarity in conversations. If you're working on a project with a colleague and need a decision on when to submit a report, you could say, "Would it be better for you to submit the draft by Friday or Monday?" You've already decided on the timeline and have narrowed down the options to make the decision easier for your colleague. By offering the two choices, you reduce ambiguity and ensure the project moves forward according to the timeline you've set. Another application of this technique is in resolving conflicts. Suppose two friends are debating where to go on vacation. Instead of asking an open-ended question like, "Where should we go?" you could say, "Would you rather visit the beach or go to the mountains?" Both options are acceptable to you, and by framing the decision this way, you make it easier for both parties to agree without prolonged arguments or indecision. The forced choice technique cuts through the back and forth and gets to the decision faster without creating unnecessary tension. One of the key benefits of the forced choice technique is that it creates a sense of urgency. When people feel that they have limited options, they are often more likely to make a decision quickly. The two options presented must be ones that you are comfortable with, but by limiting the available choices, you encourage the person to make a decision within a shorter time frame. This can be particularly useful in situations where time is a factor and a quick decision is necessary. The forced choice technique also relies on the principle of commitment. Once a person has chosen one of the two options, they are more likely to follow through with their choice. This is because psychologically, we tend to stick with decisions we make, especially when we feel we have made them freely. By providing a limited set of options, you increase the likelihood that the person will commit to the decision and feel more confident in their choice. However, it's important to be mindful of how the options are framed. The options presented should be clear and reasonable. If the choices feel forced or unfair, the person may resist them even if they initially appear to offer a sense of choice. The key is to ensure that both options are acceptable to you and that the other person feels that they have some agency in the decision-making process. In summary, the forced choice technique is a strategic way of guiding decisions by presenting two options that both work in your favor. It simplifies the decision process and gives the other person the illusion of control while still ensuring that you get the outcome you want. Whether used in everyday interactions, business negotiations, or parenting, the forced choice technique helps streamline decision and encourages cooperation without creating unnecessary resistance. By offering limited choices, you make it easier for people to make decisions while still achieving your desired result. The illusion of control is a psychological phenomenon where people believe they have more control. The illusion of control over a situation than they actually do. This effect occurs when people are given choices or made to feel like they are in charge, even when the outcome is predetermined or beyond their control. By offering the appearance of control, you can increase people's sense of autonomy, which can lead to greater satisfaction and cooperation, even if the choices don't truly affect the final result. For example, imagine a manager is assigning tasks to their team instead of telling them exactly what to do. The manager might say, "Would you prefer to handle the report or the presentation?" The team members may believe they have some say in the matter, but the manager likely has already decided who will do what, even though the team member's choice doesn't actually change the outcome. They feel more in control of the situation. This sense of control can make them more satisfied with the task and more motivated to complete it. They may feel more committed to the work because they believe they were part of the decision-making process. Similarly, this effect is commonly used in customer service or retail. A salesperson might ask a customer, "Would you like the red shirt or the blue one?" Even if both options are essentially the same in terms of price, style, or quality, the customer believes they are making a choice which makes them feel more satisfied with their purchase, even though the final decision was limited. This simple act of offering a choice can increase the customer's sense of control, making them more likely to feel positive about their buying decision, even if the outcome was never really in question. The illusion of control is also used in lottery season gambling. People believe that they can influence the outcome of a game of chance if they have Some element of control, for example in a lottery, the act of picking your own. Numbers can make you feel like you have some influence over the outcome, even though the result is entirely random. The feeling of control boosts your engagement with the game and increases your satisfaction with the experience, even if the chances of winning are the same, whether you choose the numbers or not. This principle is not limited to consumer behavior. It extends to many areas of life, including education and parenting. A teacher may give students the option to choose between two assignments. One might be a written report, and the other a group project. The teacher has likely already decided what is best for the class, but by offering the students a choice, they feel more in control of their learning. This can increase their motivation to complete the assignment and improve their attitude toward the task, even if the teacher's expectations are unchanged. The students feel empowered by the act of choosing. In parenting, offering children a choice between the illusion of control also plays a significant role in negotiations. In a business negotiation, instead of dictating terms, offering the other party a choice between two acceptable options can help them feel more in control. For example, would you prefer a longer payment term or a higher interest rate? Both options lead to a favorable outcome for the person making the offer, but by giving the other party a choice, they feel that they are in control of the negotiation. This increases their satisfaction with the deal, even if the outcome is predetermined. One of the key benefits of the illusion of control is that it helps people feel more confident and engaged in the process, even when they have limited actual control over the outcome. It's a way of reducing anxiety and resistance, as people naturally prefer feeling like they are in charge, even in situations where they are not. This principle taps into the basic human need for autonomy and self-direction making. People more likely to engage in a task, make a decision, or cooperate with others. However, while the illusion of control can be a powerful tool, it is important to use it ethically. If people begin to realize that the choices they are given are illusory or don't truly matter, it can lead to feelings of manipulation or frustration. It is crucial that the options presented are reasonable and that the person feels genuinely empowered rather than misled. The key is to offer choices that are truly acceptable to all parties involved, ensuring that the illusion of control fosters a positive experience rather than creating a sense of disillusionment or distrust. In summary, the illusion of control is a psychological tool that can be used to influence behavior by giving people the sense that they are in charge, even when the outcome is predetermined, whether in everyday interactions, workplace settings, consumer behavior, or personal relationships. Providing choices increases people's sense of autonomy, leading to greater satisfaction and cooperation. By understanding how the illusion of control works, you can guide decisions and actions in a way that makes others feel empowered while still achieving the desired outcome. Reciprocity is a social principle where people feel a strong obligation to return a favor, even a reciprocity. Small one. This sense of indebtedness can drive our behavior and influence how we interact with others. Essentially, when someone does something for us, we feel a natural desire to reciprocate, whether through a favor, a gift, or a kind gesture. This principle is deeply rooted in human nature and plays a significant role in how relationships develop both personally and professionally. For instance, imagine you're at a cafe and the person in front of you in line pays for your coffee. Even though the amount is small, you might feel compelled to do something kind for that person in return. Even if you don't know them, this feeling of obligation comes from the social rule of reciprocity, which makes us want to return a kindness, no matter how small. The simple act of receiving a free coffee can create a bond, and the next time you have the chance, you may want to do something nice for someone else, continuing the cycle of reciprocity. This principle doesn't just apply to significant favors. Even small acts of kindness can trigger a desire to give back. If someone holds the door open for you, or if a neighbor helps you carry groceries, you might feel a sense of responsibility to offer help in the future. These seemingly minor gestures create a sense of goodwill and trust, and we want to repay these favors in some way, often without even thinking about it. Reciprocity plays a major role in building trust and strengthening relationships. In business, for example, companies often give away free samples or offer a discount to first-time customers. The goal isn't just to provide a free product, it's to create a feeling of indebtedness that motivates the customer to make a purchase. When a customer receives something for free, they often feel compelled to return the favor by buying something from the company. This is why free samples are such a common marketing strategy. They leverage the power of reciprocity to encourage future sales in professional relationships. Reciprocity helps foster collaboration and mutual support. If a colleague helps you with a project, you're more likely to offer assistance the next time they need help. This mutual exchange strengthens the bond between people and creates a culture of cooperation. The sense of obligation to return a favor can lead to more positive interactions as both parties benefit. From this cycle of giving and receiving, it also helps build a network of support where individuals feel connected and willing to help each other, even in more complex relationships such as those in leadership or negotiation settings. Reciprocity plays a crucial role. If a leader is generous with their time or resources, employees are more likely to respond positively and work harder. When employees feel supported, they're more motivated to contribute to the success of the team or organization. The leader actions inspire loyalty and respect, and the employees in turn feel a natural inclination to repay that support through their efforts. In negotiations, showing goodwill by offering something of value early on can create a sense of obligation, prompting the other party to reciprocate with favorable terms or agreements. Reciprocity doesn't always need to be an immediate or direct exchange. In fact, one of the most powerful aspects of reciprocity is the idea that people often feel compelled to return a favor at some point in the future, even if the favor was received a long time ago. If someone does something nice for you today, you may not immediately have the chance to repay them. However, the next time you encounter a situation where you can offer help, the memory of their kindness will encourage you to return the favor. This long-term aspect of reciprocity is particularly evident in friendships and family relationships. If a family member or friend helps you during a difficult time, you may not be able to repay them right away, but eventually when they need assistance, you'll feel an obligation to support them. The relationship becomes a cycle of mutual support, where both parties are continually giving and receiving help, creating a strong bond that strengthens over time. The reciprocity principle also extends to social interactions. If someone invites you to a party or social event, you might feel that you should invite them to yours in return. The idea of repaying a social gesture like an invitation is deeply ingrained in how people maintain relationships. Even small acts such as complimenting someone or remembering their birthday can create a sense of reciprocity when someone does something nice for us. We naturally feel the urge to reciprocate, reinforcing social bonds and promoting a sense of community. However, reciprocity can also be used strategically in situations where there is no immediate return expected. In many cases, people are aware of this principle and use it to encourage future actions or behaviors. For example, a business may offer a free trial of a service to attract new customers, knowing that the principle of reciprocity will motivate them to sign up for a paid version later. The free trial is not just a gift, it's a carefully crafted strategy to encourage the customer to feel indebted and likely to continue using the service. Similarly, in personal relationships, reciprocity can create a sense of balance and fairness. If one person feels they are always giving and never receiving, it can lead to feelings of resentment or imbalance. But when both people are contributing in different ways, whether through emotional support, time, or resources, it strengthens the relationship. The exchange doesn't always have to be equal in the moment, but over time, the balance of giving and receiving fosters a sense of fairness and mutual respect. This principle is often used in persuasion and influence tactics, a common technique used by marketers, politicians, and salespeople is to offer a small gift or favor up front, knowing that people will feel the need to reciprocate later. For example, someone might offer a free pen with their company's logo to a potential client. The pen is inexpensive, but it can create a sense of obligation, leading the potential client to feel more inclined to listen to the salesperson or engage in a business transaction. The gift, though small, triggers the reciprocity principle, making the client feel that they should return the favor in some way, whether by purchasing something or offering their attention. Even in more subtle contexts, reciprocity plays a role. If you do someone a favor, they are likely to remember it, and when the opportunity arises, offer help in return. This can create a positive cycle where each person continues to support the other. The act of giving, no matter how small, creates a social bond that strengthens relationships and encourages continued generosity. This principle can also be found in situations involving authority and power, leaders who help their subordinates, whether through guidance, support, or recognition, often find that their employees are more motivated and committed to their work. The act of receiving help from someone in authority can create a feeling of loyalty, and employees may feel an obligation to perform well in return. This dynamic helps build trust and cooperation within teams and organizations. Reciprocity is powerful because it taps into the deep-seated human instinct to maintain balance in social exchanges, from personal relationships to business transactions. The feeling of obligation to return a favor shapes how people act. Often without conscious thought, even small acts of kindness or generosity can trigger a powerful desire to repay that gesture, which makes reciprocity a key tool in building and maintaining social bonds. In summary, reciprocity is a powerful social principle that shapes how we interact with others. When someone does something for us, we naturally feel the need to return the favor regardless of how small or significant the initial act was. This principle is integral to building relationships, fostering cooperation, and promoting fairness, whether in personal relationships, business dealings, or social interactions. Reciprocity helps create a sense of balance and strengthens connections between people. By understanding the power of reciprocity, we can use it to encourage positive behavior, strengthen relationships, and create a supportive, cooperative environment in many aspects of life. The mere exposure effect is the mere exposure effect psychological phenomenon where people tend to develop a preference for things simply because they are familiar with them. The more we are exposed to something, whether it's a person, an idea, a piece of music, or a product, the more likely we are to feel positively about it. This effect plays a significant role in shaping our tastes, preferences, and even social relationships, often without us realizing it. The more we encounter something, the more we start to like it, even if we initially had no strong opinion about it. For example, think about a song you didn't particularly like the first time you heard it. You might have found the melody irritating or the lyrics repetitive. However, as you hear the song more often on the radio, in stores, or from friends, your opinion of it may begin to shift. Over time, you may start to hum along with it, even if you initially didn't care for it. This gradual increase in liking is a result of the mere exposure effect. Simply hearing the song repeatedly has made you more familiar with it, and that familiarity breeds comfort and affection. This effect can be observed in many aspects of life. One of the most common areas where it plays a role is in advertising. Companies know that repeated exposure to a brand or product increases the likelihood that consumers will develop a preference for it. This is why you see the same advertisements over and over again, whether on TV, social media, or billboards. The goal is to get you to become familiar with the product or service so that when the time comes to make a purchase, it feels more comfortable and appealing. The more you see a brand, the more likely you are to trust it and feel positively toward it, even if you had no interest in it at first. The mere exposure effect also works in social interactions. For example, you might meet someone new and not think much of them at first. However, as you interact with that person more frequently, whether in a workplace or a social setting, you may begin to like them more. The more you get to know someone and the more familiar they become, the more comfortable and positive you feel toward them. This is why repeated interactions with colleagues, neighbors, or classmates often lead to friendships. The more we are exposed to people, the more we tend to like them, even if the interactions were neutral or uneventful at first. This principle also helps explain why people often become more attached to places they visit frequently. Think about how you feel about a local cafe or restaurant that you go to regularly. At first, it might have just seemed like any other place, but over time, as you spend more time there, you begin to feel a sense of attachment to it. You might start to notice the little details, the friendly staff, the cozy atmosphere, or the familiar taste of your favorite drink, and you come to associate those positive feelings with the place. The more time you spend there, the more you enjoy it and the more likely you are to return. The repeated exposure to that environment has created a sense of comfort and affection. The mere exposure effect can also influence our preferences for certain types of food. At first, you might not enjoy a particular cuisine. Let's say sushi. The first few times you try it, you might not like the taste or texture. However, the more you are exposed to it, perhaps through friends, restaurants, or even media, the more likely you are to start appreciating it. Eventually, you might find yourself craving sushi despite initially disliking it. The repeated exposure has familiarized you with the flavors and the experience, and that familiarity has made you more accepting of it. This effect is not just about liking things. It can also be about becoming more comfortable with something over time. It's common to feel uneasy about something new or unfamiliar, whether it's a new task at work, a new type of technology, or even a new exercise routine. But the more we are exposed to these things, the more familiar they become, and the more comfortable we feel with them. For instance, when learning a new skill, you might initially feel frustrated or unsure of yourself. However, the more you practice and expose yourself to the task, the more confident and capable you feel. This sense of growing familiarity can make you enjoy the process more, and over time can lead to mastery and a sense of accomplishment. The mere exposure effect can also explain why people often develop a preference for certain brands or products even when they are not inherently superior to alternatives. The more we see a brand, the more likely we are to believe that it's a good choice. This is why companies spend so much on advertising and marketing to ensure that their brand becomes familiar to potential customers. Once people are repeatedly exposed to a brand, they begin to associate it with reliability and quality, even if their initial judgment was neutral. The repetition of the brand name, logo, or product helps reinforce the idea that it is a trusted option, even if the customer has never used it before. Interestingly, the mere exposure effect can also apply to our own behaviors and habits. We tend to like things we do regularly, even if those activities weren't originally enjoyable. For example, a person who starts exercising reluctantly might begin to enjoy it over time as they become more familiar with the routine and start to notice improvements in their physical health. They develop a more positive attitude toward exercise. The same principle can be applied to habits like waking up early, eating healthier, or practicing mindfulness initially. These behaviors may feel uncomfortable or awkward, but with repeated exposure, they become easier and more enjoyable. This effect is so powerful that it can influence how we perceive even neutral or unpleasant things. Imagine listening to a song you don't like at first. The more you hear it, the more familiar it becomes, and eventually you might start to enjoy it. This is why people sometimes come to like songs, movies, or books that they initially didn't care for. They've been exposed to them enough times that their perception of them changes. The mere fact of hearing or seeing something repeatedly increases its acceptance, regardless of whether it was initially favorable. The mere exposure effect can also work in reverse. If something is repeatedly associated with negative experiences or emotions, you may start to dislike it more. For example, if a person repeatedly hears a song in a stressful or unpleasant environment, they may begin to associate the song with those negative feelings, leading them to dislike it. This is why it's important to be mindful of how we're exposed to things, as repeated exposure to negative associations can build a lasting aversion. In relationships, the mere exposure effect can help explain why we often grow closer to people we interact with regularly. At the beginning of a friendship, we may not feel a strong connection to someone. However, as we spend more time together, our familiarity with them grows and we become more comfortable, leading to deeper bonds. This effect shows how repeated exposure can foster connection, understanding, and affection over time. This principle can be a powerful tool in influencing behavior and preferences, both in individuals and groups. Whether it's shaping consumer preferences, fostering friendships, or improving skills, the mere exposure effect shows how familiarity can lead to increased liking and comfort. It underscores the power of repetition in shaping how we feel about the things, people, and experiences in our lives over time. What was once unfamiliar or neutral can become enjoyable and even preferred simply because we've had the chance to experience it repeatedly. The interruption pattern break. Interruption pattern break is a technique where you intentionally change your behavior to disrupt the flow of a conversation or interaction. This technique works by interrupting the usual pattern of communication, creating a shift that grabs the other person's attention and resets the situation. By altering your behavior suddenly or unexpectedly, you can redirect the conversation, refocus attention, or shift The key to this technique is using change to break a repetitive or unproductive pattern, leading to a more productive or engaging exchange. 4. Example: imagine you are in a meeting where the discussion has started to go in circles everyone is speaking over each other, and it's clear that the conversation is getting stuck in an endless loop instead of continuing to. Participate in the pattern of interruptions. You might break the cycle by suddenly standing up and speaking in. A calm, clear voice asking for everyone's attention by shifting your behavior, like raising your voice slightly or physically standing up. You interrupt the flow of chaotic conversation. This sudden change redirects the group's focus and creates a moment of clarity where you can address the issue or propose a new direction for the discussion. Similarly, in casual conversations, the quiet interruption pattern break can be used to shift someone's attention if they are going off topic or dominating the discussion. If someone is telling a long, irrelevant story that's causing the conversation to drift, you can suddenly change your body language, like leaning forward with interest, or perhaps even ask a direct, pointed question that shifts the conversation back to a more relevant topic. This unexpected shift makes the person realize that their current approach isn't working and brings their attention back to the core of the conversation. This technique can also be useful when dealing with tense or uncomfortable conversations. If the mood in a discussion is becoming too negative or heated, changing your behavior can provide a reset. For instance, if a conflict is escalating, you could break the pattern by smiling or making a light-hearted comment. This shift can be enough to disarm the tension, shift the tone of the conversation, and refocus the attention on resolving the issue. The sudden change in energy can disrupt the flow of frustration or anger, allowing everyone to reset and approach the situation with a clearer, calmer mindset. In social settings, the interruption pattern break is a way to shift focus when you feel the conversation is becoming too repetitive or boring. If you notice that the group is stuck in small talk or a topic that no one is engaged with, a quick shift in the conversation, like in introducing a new interesting subject, can re-energize the group. For example, if a group is discussing the weather and it feels like the conversation is going nowhere, you might suddenly ask, "Has anyone seen the latest episode of a popular TV show?" This question introduces a new dynamic and encourages the group to shift gears in customer service. This technique is often used to regain control of a conversation. If a customer is complaining or repeating the same issues without resolution, the representative can use an interruption pattern break to refocus the conversation. This could be as simple as a brief pause, followed by a change in tone or phrasing. For example, the agent might say, "I completely understand your frustration, and I can assure you I'll help resolve this. Let's take a step back and go over the issue again so we can find a solution." This sudden shift, acknowledging their frustration but offering to reset the discussion, can calm the customer and guide them toward a more constructive conversation. Another use of this technique is when you need to redirect Attention in a group. Imagine you are in a class meeting or seminar where people are getting distracted or drifting off. Topic. You can break the pattern by calling attention to the fact that the focus needs to shift back to the main topic. For instance, you might say, let's take a moment to refocus here. We're getting off track. This interruption creates an instant shift in the group's awareness, bringing the attention back to what's important. The interruption pattern break can also be used effectively in relationships. If a conversation is stuck in a negative pattern, like arguing or miscommunication, a sudden change in behavior can reset the conversation. For example, if a couple is getting into a repetitive argument where neither person is listening, one partner might suddenly change the tone or mood by making a playful remark or asking, "Can we take a moment to just listen to each other?" This change disrupts the ongoing cycle of frustration and opens up space for more productive, open communication. In debates or discussions where two people are entrenched in their positions, the interruption pattern break can be a strategic way to shift focus from the disagreement to the solution. If the discussion has become too heated, one might say, let's take a step back and look at what we agree on. This shift moves the conversation away from the conflict and towards finding common ground, breaking the escalating tension, and guiding the conversation toward resolution. The effectiveness of this technique lies in its unpredictability. When someone expects the conversation to continue in a certain direction, a sudden change in behavior catches their attention and forces them to reset their thinking. This unexpected shift prevents the conversation from becoming monotonous or stuck and allows for a fresh approach to emerge. It can also be a way to regain control when a conversation starts to spiral or when participants are disengaged. In addition to redirecting attention, the interruption pattern break can also be a way to establish authority or influence. For example, if you're in a leadership position and the discussion is becoming disorganized, you can use this technique to bring focus back to the task at hand by changing your behavior, such as pausing the conversation, standing up, or using a confident tone of voice. You can reset the conversation and refocus the group, signaling that you're taking charge of the situation and guiding it in the right direction. This technique can be useful in a variety of situations where control needs to be regained or attention needs to be refocused in conversations, group settings, customer service negotiations, and even personal relationships. Changing your behavior can reset the dynamics and encourage more productive, focused exchanges by altering the pattern of conversation. You shift the flow of the interaction, creating new opportunities for positive engagement and resolution. The interruption pattern break, when used thoughtfully and strategically, has the potential to transform conversations and interactions that might otherwise remain stuck or unproductive. It serves as a powerful tool to break tension, shift attention, and reset behavior, all while giving participants a sense of control and fresh perspective. The disruption technique is a method used to disruption technique. Momentarily confuse or surprise someone with an unexpected statement, question, or action which temporarily breaks their usual thought process or expectations. After causing that brief moment of confusion, you then redirect their attention or decision in the direction you want. This technique works by taking advantage of a person's natural tendency to recalibrate after being surprised, allowing you to guide their thoughts or actions with more influence. For example, imagine you're in a negotiation. You and the other party have been discussing terms for a while, and the conversation has started to become predictable. To change the flow, you might say something completely unexpected, such as, "What if we just throw the entire agreement out and start over with a completely different approach?" This sudden, out of left field statement will momentarily disrupt the other person's thinking. They may pause, processing what was just said, and for a brief moment they might be caught off guard. After that pause, you can redirect the conversation back to your point, perhaps now offering a solution that aligns more with your interests. The momentary confusion helps to shift their focus and soften their stance, making it easier to guide them toward a decision you want. This technique can also be effective in everyday conversations, particularly when you need to shift someone's attention from an unwanted topic. Imagine a situation where you're in a meeting and the conversation is heading in an uncomfortable or unproductive direction. Instead of simply allowing the discussion to spiral, you might throw in an unexpected comment like, "By the way, did you know that dolphins can recognize themselves in mirrors?" The oddity of the statement can momentarily interrupt the flow of the conversation, causing people to pause and refocus. Once they are momentarily distracted, you can then redirect the conversation back to the intended subject, now having a more engaged group, ready to hear your input in a personal context, such as trying to persuade someone. The disruption technique can help break the other person's preconceptions or resistance. For example, imagine you're trying to convince a friend to join you on a trip, but they're hesitant because of cost concerns. Instead of sticking to your original points, you might say something like, "What if I told you that the entire trip could be funded by doing something you love for an hour a day?" This unexpected statement could momentarily confuse them as they try to make sense of how this could be possible. Once you have their attention, you can then explain the solution more clearly now, with their curiosity piqued and their mind more open to the idea. Another example is in customer service. If a customer is persistently dissatisfied or making unreasonable demands, instead of continuing to argue with them, you might use the disruption technique. For instance, if a customer is angry about a product defect and continues to vent about their frustration, you might suddenly say, "Did you know that most people don't realize that one small tweak could solve the issue instantly?" This unexpected comment will catch the customer off guard, and during that moment of confusion, they'll likely be more receptive to hearing a solution you propose. The power of this technique lies in its ability to break someone out of their habitual thinking. People generally approach decisions or discussions with Set expectations. They expect a conversation to go a certain way or anticipate responses based on previous patterns. By introducing an unexpected element, you create a small disruption in that expectation, which momentarily resets their cognitive process. After this disruption, people are more likely to listen with fresh ears as they attempt to understand the new direction of the conversation. This technique can also be used to challenge someone's assumptions. Let's say you're trying to convince a colleague to adopt a new way of working, but they are resistant to change. Instead of continuing to argue the merits of your idea, you might disrupt their thinking by saying, "I get why you're resistant. After all, it would mean breaking a 20-year tradition." But what if that tradition has actually been holding us back all this time? This statement challenges their long-held assumptions in a way that's unexpected, making them reconsider their position. After that initial moment of surprise, they're more likely to reconsider the idea you're presenting as they process it through a different lens. The disruption technique is also effective when there's a power dynamic at play. For example, if you're dealing with a person in a position of authority, like a manager or a supervisor, and you want to present an alternative suggestion, you can momentarily disrupt their thinking with a surprising question. Suppose the manager has been focused on a specific strategy and you believe there's a better approach. Instead of presenting a straightforward counterargument, you might ask, "Have you considered what would happen if we didn't follow any of the rules we've set in place?" This unexpected question creates a moment of confusion, forcing the manager to pause and reconsider their strategy. Once that moment passes, you can introduce your more thought-out proposal, now having their attention and a more open mindset. This technique works well in situations where you need to redirect someone's focus quickly, for example, in a group discussion or brainstorming session. If the conversation is going off track or stuck in a loop, you might interrupt with an unexpected comment like, "I think we've been focusing on the wrong problem entirely. Let's rethink the goal." This statement momentarily shocks the group, but it can be followed by a reframe of the issue, leading the group to a more productive direction. In relationships, especially when dealing with tension or conflict, the disruption technique can help de-escalate a situation. For example, if two people are arguing about a topic that has reached an impasse, one person might say something like, "I don't even know why we're arguing about this. We're on the same team." This unexpected shift in tone catches the other person off guard and helps break the escalating tension. Once the initial confusion clears, both individuals are more likely to engage in a more collaborative and less confrontational conversation. This technique also plays a role in decision M. If you want to influence someone's decision, you can introduce an unexpected question or idea that forces them to reconsider their current stance. For example, if a friend is indecisive about whether to attend an event, you might suddenly ask, "What's the worst that could happen if you just went and had fun?" This momentary disruption in their thought process could help them break free from their indecision, allowing them to make a decision with a fresh perspective. The key to using the disruption technique effectively is timing and delivery. The unexpected statement or action must come at the right moment, when the person is deep in thought or when the conversation has hit a predictable or stagnant pattern. By breaking that pattern, you create a mental reset that makes the person more likely to reconsider their position or decision. However, it's important that the disruption feels natural and not manipulative. If it feels forced or contrived, it can backfire and lead to resistance or confusion. In summary, the disruption technique works by momentarily breaking someone's cognitive flow with an unexpected statement or action, creating a brief moment of confusion that you can then use to redirect their attention or decision. By introducing the element of surprise, you can shift conversations, influence decisions, and help people see things from a new perspective, whether in negotiations, social settings, or personal relationships. This technique provides a way to break out of patterns and guide others toward a desired outcome. The assumed agreement technique involves assumed agreement, phrasing requests or statements in a way that assumes the other person has already agreed to the action or outcome. This approach works by setting up the expectation that an agreement has been made even when the person hasn't explicitly confirmed it. The subtle assumption can make the other person feel like agreeing is the next natural step, reducing resistance and making them more likely to comply. For example, imagine you want a colleague to help with a project. Instead of asking, "Can you help me with this project?" you might say, "When you help me with this project tomorrow, we can focus on the key areas first." By phrasing it this way, you're assuming they've already agreed to help. The subtle confidence in your tone makes it easier for the colleague to go along with it. This tactic works because people tend to follow the path of least resistance, and the assumption that they have already agreed makes them less likely to challenge the request. This technique works particularly well when you want to create a sense of commitment or expectation. If you ask a question that assumes an agreement, like, "When you come tomorrow to the meeting, could you bring the updated report?" it puts the person in a position where they feel as though they have already agreed to the request. This phrasing makes it more likely they will comply because it aligns with the natural flow of the conversation. By assuming agreement, you present the action as inevitable, which reduces the chance of hesitation or refusal. It can also be used to guide others toward decisions you want them to make. Let's say you're in a meeting and you want your team to adopt a new strategy. Instead of asking, "Do you think we should adopt this new strategy?" you might say, "When we adopt this new strategy next quarter, we'll see significant improvements in productivity." By framing it as though the decision has already been made, you set the tone for the discussion and make it more likely that others will follow suit. The assumed agreement creates a sense of certainty that can push people to go along with the plan. The assumed agreement technique also works well in sales situations. Instead of directly asking a customer if they want to buy something, a salesperson might say, "When you take this home today, you'll be able to enjoy it right away." This subtle phrasing assumes that the customer will make the purchase, making it easier for them to follow through it, reduces the psychological barrier of making a decision, as the assumed agreement presents the action as something already decided. This approach can also be seen in how salespeople handle objections. Rather than asking, "Would you like to sign up for the service?" they might say, "When you sign up today, you'll start enjoying the benefits immediately." The phrasing assumes the customer will sign up, subtly influencing them to move forward with the purchase. This technique also comes into play in personal relationships. Imagine you're asking a friend to meet you for lunch instead of saying, "Would you like to grab lunch tomorrow? When we grab lunch tomorrow, I'll take you to that new place you've been wanting to try." The phrasing assumes the lunch date is already set, making it easier for your friend to agree, as the suggestion feels more like an established plan than a request. In negotiations, assuming agreement can also be a strategic move. If you're negotiating the terms of a contract, instead of directly asking if the other party agrees with the terms, you might say, "Once we finalize these terms, we'll be able to begin the project right away." This phrasing makes it sound as if the agreement is already in place, making it harder for the other party to back out. Without disrupting the flow of the conversation, the assumed agreement can give the impression that the deal is almost complete, encouraging the other person to comply to avoid any awkwardness or delay. In situations where you need to influence a decision without outright asking for agreement, this technique can be effective. For example, if you want someone to agree to a change in their schedule, instead of asking, "Can you move your meeting to 300 p.m.?" When you move your meeting to 3 p.m., it will give you time to review the proposal before the next call. By phrasing it this way, you make the change seem like the obvious choice. The phrasing assumes that the meeting will be moved, making it easier for the person to accept the change. It's important to note that the assumed agreement technique works best when used subtly. If the phrasing is too direct or overbearing, it can come off as manipulative or presumptuous. The key is to gently guide the other person toward the desired outcome without overtly pushing them. The phrasing should feel natural and confident, not forced or demanding. If the person feels that they're being subtly pressured into agreeing, they may resist the request, making it less effective. Another way the assumed agreement technique can be useful is in team settings. If you're leading a group and want everyone to stay engaged and involved, you might say, "When we all collaborate on this project, we'll finish ahead of schedule and with better results." This phrasing assumes that everyone will participate, which can encourage team members to contribute. By framing the task as a team effort that everyone is already committed to, you create a sense of shared responsibility and expectation, increasing the likelihood of cooperation. The assumed agreement technique can also play a role in parenting. Instead of asking, "Can you please clean your room?" which may invite resistance, a parent could say, "When you clean your room, you'll have more space to play with your toys." This phrasing presents the action as a given, making it easier for the child to comply without feeling like they're being directly told what to do. The child may feel that cleaning the room is simply part of the routine, making them more likely to do it without argument. In some cases, the assumed agreement technique can be used to help others make decisions that are in their best interest. For example, if someone is unsure about taking a new job opportunity, you might say, when you start the new role, you'll gain new skills and experience that will open up even more opportunities in the future. This phrasing assumes they will accept the job, presenting it as a natural next step. The language subtly shifts the decision from one of uncertainty to one of confidence, encouraging the person to move forward. One of the advantages of this technique is that it can make people feel more confident in their decisions. When you assume they have already agreed to something, it reassures them that they are making the right choice. It creates a sense of certainty and smooths the way for them to commit to the action. They are less likely to hesitate or second guesses themselves, as the phrasing suggests that the decision has already been made, making the outcome seem more natural and inevitable. In summary, the assumed agreement technique is a powerful tool for guiding others toward a desired outcome without directly forcing their hand. By phrasing requests or statements as if the decision has already been made, you create an environment where the other person feels more comfortable agreeing to the request. This technique can be used in various contexts, from professional negotiations to personal relationships, and helps reduce resistance while fostering cooperation. The key is to present the request as a natural next step, allowing the other person to feel that they are making the decision even though the outcome has already been subtly shaped. The contrast principle is a psychological effect where people evaluate things based on contrast principle, comparisons rather than absolutes. When presented with an extreme option first, people are more likely to perceive subsequent options as more reasonable or attractive. This happens because the initial extreme choice sets a high reference point, making the next one seem more acceptable by comparison. Essentially, the contrast principle works by leveraging the differences between two things, making one appear better or more desirable simply by being shown after something more extreme. For example, let's say you're shopping for a car. The first vehicle a salesperson shows you is a high-end luxury car priced at $100,000. After viewing that car, the next one they show you a mid-range model priced at $40,000. Just seems like a much better deal, even if it's still expensive. The extreme price of the luxury car sets the stage, making the second option appear far more reasonable, even though its actual price might still be quite high. The contrast principle works by making the mid-range car look like a bargain in comparison to the luxury vehicle. This principle can also be applied in negotiations. If someone is trying to sell you a product, they might first present an expensive option. For instance, if they show you a high-priced service package first, the next one offered at a lower price will likely seem more attractive. Even though both options may be high in price, The extreme first option makes the second one seem much more reasonable. The buyer is influenced by the initial choice and perceives the next as more affordable, even if it's still expensive by normal standards. The contrast principle is also useful in personal decisions. Imagine you're deciding whether to buy a gift for a friend. If you first consider buying an extravagant gift, like an expensive watch, it might seem too much, especially if your budget is tight. But after comparing the expensive gift to a more reasonably priced item, say a nice book or a set of quality headphones, the second option feels much more reasonable. By considering the extreme gift, the more affordable option seems like a better choice in comparison in hiring and salary negotiations. This principle plays a role too. Suppose a candidate is negotiating their salary. If the initial offer is extremely low, a slightly higher offer, even though it might still be below industry standards, may seem more acceptable. The extreme starting point makes the second offer look more generous, even though it may not be competitive. The same technique is often used in sales pitches or during job interviews, where an initial high demand or an inflated price makes the next offer look much more reasonable. By contrast, the contrast principle also influences how we perceive experiences. For example, when staying at a hotel, if the first room you are shown is small, outdated, and unappealing, the next room, even if it's just a slight upgrade, will seem far more luxurious. The first room sets a low standard, making the second room seem much better. This is a common strategy used by hotel chains and real estate agents to make properties appear more desirable by first showing a less appealing option, thus enhancing the appeal of the second one. This principle also plays a part in social interactions. When meeting new people, the first impression often sets the tone for how we perceive the next person. If the first person you meet is incredibly charming and engaging, the next person you meet who may be more reserved or less dynamic might seem dull or less interesting by comparison, even if they are perfectly nice and competent. The contrast principle makes us evaluate the second person based on the comparison to the first person, even though both may be great in their own way. In marketing, the contrast principle is widely used to influence consumer behavior. One common strategy is to show a higher priced item first to make the next slightly cheaper item seem like a better deal. This approach is used in many industries, from retail to real estate to online shopping platforms. For instance, a website selling clothing may first display high-end fashion items at premium prices and then show lower-priced alternatives. The contrast makes the lower-priced clothing seem more affordable and appealing, even though it may still be expensive relative to other options. Similarly, when restaurants offer a menu, the most expensive dishes are often listed first. This sets a reference point for the customer, making the other items on the menu seem more reasonably priced. By comparison, even if the restaurant's menu is generally high-priced, showing the more expensive options first makes the rest of the menu appear more reasonable. encouraging customers to order from the mid-range or higher price tiers. The contrast principle can also influence how we perceive time and effort. If someone is asked to complete a very difficult task and then given a simpler one afterward, the simpler task will seem much easier, even though it might still be somewhat challenging. The difficult task sets a high bar, making the easier task appear more manageable and less daunting. This effect can be used in various contexts, from team management to learning environments, where people are gradually introduced to more complex challenges, making later tasks seem less overwhelming. The principle can also apply to lifestyle choices. Let's say you're considering two different vacations. The first one is an extravagant trip to a luxury resort with expensive activities. After that, the second option, a mid-range vacation to a well-known tourist destination, will seem much more affordable and reasonable by comparison, even though it might still cost more than other vacation options. The first extravagant vacation sets the bar so high that the second option feels like a better deal in social settings. People often use the contrast principle to manage how they are perceived. If someone is looking to establish themselves in a social group, they might first make a bold or extravagant statement or gesture, creating a high bar. After that, anything less extreme they say or do will seem more reasonable or acceptable. For instance, if someone tells a wild and entertaining story first, their subsequent less exciting stories will seem more grounded and interesting. Because of the contrast, this technique works by setting expectations with an extreme and then adjusting those expectations downward to create a more favorable perception of subsequent actions. In the world of dating, the contrast principle can also play a role. If someone first meets a person who is particularly charming or attractive, the next person they meet may seem less appealing by comparison, even if they are still a good match. The first encounter sets a high standard, and anything less dramatic will seem more ordinary. This principle is often used in social dynamics, where the initial impression or behavior creates a strong benchmark, influencing how others are perceived. One of the strengths of the contrast principle is that it can be subtle often. Working on an unconscious level, people may not realize they are making comparisons between different options or experiences, but the principle shapes their perceptions and decisions. This is why it's important to be aware of how context and initial impressions can influence judgment and decision, especially when we are presented with options that vary in size, price, or value. In many situations, the contrast principle can lead people to make decisions that they wouldn't have made if they were simply evaluating things on their own merits. This makes it a powerful tool in influencing choices and guiding behavior, whether in consumer settings, negotiations, or personal interactions. The initial presentation of something extreme, whether in terms of price, quality, or experience, sets the tone for how subsequent options are perceived, making them seem more reasonable or appealing by comparison. The effectiveness of the contrast principle lies in its ability to manipulate perception by altering the reference point. You shift how things are evaluated, leading to decisions that align with the intended outcome. Whether you're trying to influence a purchase, a decision, or a relationship, understanding the contrast principle can provide valuable insight into how people make judgments and what factors influence their choices. The yes ladder technique is a psychological strategy where you start by getting someone to say yes to small, the yes ladder, easy requests. These initial yes responses create a sense of agreement and cooperation, which can then be built upon to eventually secure a larger yes. The idea is that once someone has agreed to smaller things, they are more likely to agree to bigger requests because they feel a sense of consistency or commitment to saying yes. For example, imagine you're trying to convince someone to help you with a big project. Instead of jumping straight to the large request, you start small. You might ask, "Can you spare a few minutes to talk about it?" Most people would agree to that, as it's a minor request. Once they've agreed to that, you might ask, "Do you think you could help me brainstorm some ideas?" Again, they might say yes, because it's a reasonable step forward and they've already agreed to help with the conversation, each smaller yes builds upon the previous one, making it more likely that they will say yes when you eventually ask for their full assistance with the project. This technique works because people like to feel consistent in their actions. If they've said yes to something small, they are more likely to say yes to something bigger because they want to maintain a sense of consistency in their decisions. This is rooted in the human desire for internal coherence. People don't want to act in ways that contradict what they've already agreed to, so they tend to follow the path of least resistance, which in this case is continuing to say yes to increasingly larger requests. In everyday life, you can see the yes ladder in action in many situations. For example, in sales, a salesperson might start by asking small questions that are easy to agree with. "Would you like to hear more about how this product works?" is a small, easy question that most people will say yes to. Once they've agreed to listen, the salesperson might ask more questions or offer more information, leading to a larger request, like, "Would you like to try it out?" Today, the small steps make the final purchase seem like a natural progression, and the customer feels like they are simply continuing to agree to what they've already committed to. This technique is also effective in social situations. If you're asking someone to do you a favor, you can start by asking small, related questions that lead them to feel positive about helping. For instance, if you want someone to come over and help you move furniture, you might start by asking, "Can you help me?" With this small task, once they've agreed to that, you can ask, "Would you mind moving this couch next?" With each small yes, they'll feel like they are gradually becoming more involved, and by the time you ask for the bigger favor, they're more likely to agree. The yes ladder works well in professional settings too. If you're trying to get a colleague or client to sign a contract or agree to a major decision, you can start with easy, non-threatening questions that build agreement. For example, if you're trying to get a client to sign a large contract, you might start with questions like, "Do you agree that our product has great potential for your business?" Or, "Would you be interested in exploring ways we can help you improve efficiency?" These small yes answers gradually lead to the ultimate request of signing the contract. By the time the big decision comes, the client has already said yes multiple times, and the larger agreement feels like a natural continuation. The key to using the yes ladder effectively is ensuring that the small requests you make are genuinely easy to agree with. The first steps must feel simple, achievable, and unthreatening. If you start with requests that are too big or demanding, the person may feel overwhelmed or pressured, which can backfire. It's essential to build up the latter, gradually allowing the other person to say yes in small steps without feeling manipulated. It's also important that the requests logically follow each other. The progression from small yeses to a bigger yes should feel like a natural progression. For instance, if you've asked someone to help with a small task, asking them for a bigger task right after should feel like a smooth transition. If you jump too far too quickly, they might feel like they've been pushed into something they weren't prepared for. The goal is to make the larger request feel like an inevitable outcome of the smaller ones they've already agreed to in personal relationships. The yes ladder can help build trust and cooperation. If you want someone to help you with a big task, such as organizing an event or taking on a significant responsibility, you can start with small requests like asking for their opinion or inviting them to a smaller task. Once they've agreed to the smaller steps, it's easier to ask for their full involvement. The cumulative effect of agreeing to small things makes the larger request feel less daunting, and they're more likely to say yes because they feel invested in the process. This technique can also help in overcoming initial resistance. If someone is hesitant to say yes to something, starting with small steps allows them to dip their toes into the situation gradually. For example, if someone is reluctant to join a new project, you can first ask them to review the project outline, then to attend an initial meeting, and then to take on a small task. With each small commitment, they will become more comfortable with the idea, making it easier for them to eventually take on a larger role in the project. In some situations, people may resist making a commitment outright, especially if they feel pressured. In these cases, the yes ladder can be a way to gently guide them toward a decision. Rather than asking directly for a yes on the big decision, you ask for smaller, related commitments that gradually lead to the final agreement. This technique helps avoid the feeling of being pushed into a decision, allowing the person to feel that they've arrived at their own conclusion. One important aspect of the yes ladder is that it can be used to reinforce positive behavior. If you're trying to build a habit or encourage someone to adopt a new routine, starting with small, manageable steps that lead to a larger goal can be effective. For example, if someone is trying to get in shape, instead of asking them to commit to a full workout routine right away, you might ask them to start with a short walk each day. Once they've agreed to That small request, you can gradually increase the intensity or duration, helping them build the habit over time. The success of the yes ladder lies in its ability to make people feel good about saying yes. Each small yes builds on the previous one, creating a sense of accomplishment and momentum. People enjoy the feeling of agreeing to something, and by getting them to say yes multiple times, you're creating a cycle of positive reinforcement. As they continue to say yes to the smaller requests, they are more likely to say yes to the larger ones as well. In summary, the yes ladder is a strategy that builds toward a larger agreement by getting someone to say yes to smaller requests. By starting with easy, non-threatening questions or tasks, you increase the likelihood of getting a yes on bigger decisions. This technique works because people naturally like to stay consistent in their actions, and once they've said yes to smaller things, they are more likely to continue saying yes to larger ones, whether used in negotiations, personal relationships, or everyday interactions. The yes ladder is an effective way to guide others toward a decision while making them feel good about their choices along the way. The delayed response technique is a simple, delayed response technique, yet powerful approach that involves pausing briefly before answering a tough question. This pause gives the impression that you're carefully considering your response, which can enhance your perceived credibility. By taking a moment to think, you signal to others that you're giving the question the thought it deserves, and this can make you appear more thoughtful, knowledgeable, and confident, even if you already know the answer. The brief delay can add weight to your response and make it seem more deliberate. For example, imagine you're in a business meeting and someone asks a challenging question about the viability of a project you're managing. Instead of rushing to answer right away, you pause for a couple of seconds. This moment of silence gives the impression that you're carefully weighing the question, considering the complexities of the situation, or ensuring you provide the best possible answer. When you respond, your answer will seem more credible because people will think that you've given it serious thought rather than just reacting quickly. This technique works particularly well when you're in a position where others are looking to you for guidance or expertise. If you're an expert in a certain field and someone asks you a difficult question, your pause before answering gives the impression that you are processing the information thoughtfully, enhancing your authority. It's important to note that the pause should be brief. Too long, and it may create awkwardness, but just enough to suggest that you're considering the question seriously. The delayed response technique can also be effective in negotiations. Let's say you're discussing terms with a client and they ask for a discount or additional terms that you're not immediately willing to accept. Rather than responding impulsively, you pause for a few seconds before giving a measured response. This creates the impression that you're considering their request carefully rather than just rejecting it. Out of hand, it can also help you to avoid giving away too much too quickly. By taking a moment to think, you might come up with a response that is more strategic and well thought out, potentially opening the door to a compromise that benefits you. This technique can be especially useful in situations where the stakes are high or where you want to appear confident and composed. For example, in a job interview, if the interviewer asks a tough or unexpected question, pausing for a moment before responding can make you seem more composed and in control. It also allows you to formulate your answer in a way that highlights your strengths. A brief pause can give you time to choose the right words and deliver a response that aligns with the image you want to project in personal conversations. Pausing before answering difficult or sensitive questions can show that you're taking the question seriously. For example, if a friend asks you for advice on a delicate matter, instead of jumping into an answer right away, pausing for a moment lets them know that you're giving thoughtful consideration to what they're asking. This shows that you value the conversation and are giving them the best advice you can rather than simply offering a quick or off-the-cuff response. This pause doesn't have to be long, but it does have to feel natural. The goal is to create a moment of reflection, which signals to the other person that you're not simply reacting on instinct, but are thinking critically about the situation. The pause can also give you time to regulate your emotions, especially in high stakes or emotionally charged situations. In a heated debate or a disagreement, for instance, taking a moment to pause before responding can prevent you from saying something impulsive that might escalate the situation. It allows you to collect your thoughts and offer a response that is calm and measured. In public speaking or presentations. The delayed response technique can also be an effective tool if you're asked a question from the audience that you weren't prepared for. Pausing before answering gives you time to think. This technique not only makes you appear confident and in control, but it also helps you to respond thoughtfully and accurately when answering questions in front of a large audience. The pause signals that you're processing the information and preparing a well-considered response, which can increase your credibility in the eyes of the audience. The key to making the delayed response technique effective is the length of the pause. A pause that is too short may not have the desired effect. It will just seem like a reflexive, unthinking response. A pause that is too long, however, can create discomfort and make you seem unsure or hesitant. The ideal pause should last just long enough for the other person to feel that you are carefully considering your response. A couple of seconds is usually enough, though it depends on the context. The reason this technique works is that people tend to value careful, deliberate responses. When someone answers too quickly, especially to a complex or tough question, it can seem like they haven't fully thought through their response. A moment of silence before answering gives the impression that the person is not just offering a surface level answer, but is considering the question deeply. This is especially effective when you are answering a question that is complex or requires expert knowledge. People tend to respect those who take the time to think before they speak, as it suggests they have the knowledge and confidence to give a well-reasoned Answer. Another important aspect of this technique is that it can help you manage your emotions. Intense situations such as disagreements or when you're under pressure, pausing before responding allows you to regain control of your emotions. It gives you a chance to reflect on your response and decide whether it aligns with your goals or values. By taking this brief moment, you avoid reacting impulsively, which could lead to regret or escalation of the situation. Instead, you have the opportunity to approach the situation with a calm, collected mindset. The delayed response technique can also work in situations where you want to convey a sense of authority or expertise. For example, if you are an expert in a particular field and are asked a difficult question during a presentation, pausing before responding can signal to the audience that you are considering the question carefully before offering an informed answer. This conveys authority and reinforces the idea that you are a knowledgeable expert who doesn't rush to conclusions. This technique isn't just for verbal communication. It can also be effective in written communication. If you are drafting an important email or response to a complex issue, taking a moment to pause and reflect before responding can help you craft a clearer, more effective message. Instead of responding immediately out of reflex, you take the time to consider your words and ensure that your message is well thought out. This is particularly valuable in professional settings where your communication may be scrutinized or have long-term consequences. The delayed response technique is also beneficial when dealing with conflict in any difficult conversation, whether personal or professional. Pausing before responding helps you to avoid reacting out of frustration or anger. It gives you a moment to gather your thoughts and focus on the issue at hand rather than being distracted by emotions. This can be particularly helpful in sensitive or high-stakes situations where a knee-jerk reaction could escalate the situation unnecessarily. By taking a moment before answering, you can offer a more measured, thoughtful response that is less likely to inflame the situation, while the delayed response technique is useful in many contexts. It's essential to use it with authenticity. If the pause feels artificial or overly deliberate, it might create a sense of discomfort or make you appear evasive. The key is to make the pause feel natural and purposeful, just long enough to signal that you are thinking deeply without leaving the other person wondering if you are avoiding the question. In summary, the delayed response technique involves pausing briefly before answering tough questions, which gives the impression of careful thought and consideration. This technique can enhance your credibility, increase your perceived authority, and help you manage your emotions in difficult situations. Whether in negotiations, public speaking, personal conversations, or professional discussions, this pause can make your responses seem more deliberate, measured, and well considered, ultimately increasing your influence and making you appear more confident and composed. The compliment sandwich is a compliment sandwich communication technique used to deliver constructive criticism in a way that feels more positive and is more likely to be accepted. It works by placing the criticism or negative feedback between two positive statements. This method softens the impact of the criticism and ensures that the person receiving the feedback does not feel demoralized or defensive. The structure is simple. Start with a compliment, provide the criticism, and end with another compliment. This approach is commonly used in situations where you want to address an issue but maintain a positive relationship with the other person. For example, imagine you're a manager giving feedback to an employee. Instead of simply saying, "Your report was poorly written and it didn't meet expectations," you might start by saying, "I really appreciate the effort you put into the report. It's clear you spent a lot of time gathering the information." Then you provide the criticism. However, the structure could be improved and the conclusions need to be clearer. Finally, you close with another positive statement that said, "I think you've made great progress on this project, and I'm confident you can improve the report next time with these adjustments." By structuring your feedback this way, the recipient is more likely to hear and accept the criticism because it's cushioned by two positive statements. The first compliment reinforces the person's strengths, while the second helps end the conversation on an uplifting note. This makes the feedback feel more like a part of an ongoing conversation rather than a harsh judgment. The compliment sandwich is effective in a variety of contexts, from professional environments to personal relationships. In a workplace setting, it can help to build trust and maintain a positive working atmosphere while still addressing areas for improvement. For example, if a team member consistently delivers good work but occasionally makes minor errors, a manager might say, "Your work on the last project was excellent. I can always rely on you to meet deadlines, and your contributions are valuable. However, I noticed that there were some small mistakes in the last report. Let's work on making sure those don't happen again. Overall, though, I really appreciate the quality of your work and your dedication to the team in personal relationships." The compliment sandwich can be used to address sensitive issues without causing offense. If a friend or partner has been behaving in a way that bothers you, you could say, "I really love how supportive you've been lately, and I appreciate how much you care about our relationship. That said, I've noticed that sometimes when we're together, you can be a bit distracted by your phone. I'd love it if we could focus more on each other during our time together. But again, I really value how thoughtful and caring you are, and I'm lucky to have you in my life." This method works because it helps to frame the negative feedback in a context that feels constructive rather than critical. The person receiving the feedback is more likely to focus on the positives and feel motivated to improve rather than becoming defensive or discouraged. It also ensures that the conversation doesn't dwell on the negative aspects, which could lead to resentment or hurt feelings. However, it's important to use the compliment sandwich thoughtfully. If overused or done insincerely, it can come across as patronizing. For instance, if the compliments feel forced, or if the criticism is watered down too much, the recipient may feel like you're not being genuine. The key is to make sure the compliments are sincere and that the criticism is clear and constructive. The compliments should not overshadow the feedback, but should serve to soften its delivery. The goal is to strike a balance, so the person feels acknowledged for their strengths while still understanding where they can improve. Additionally, when using the compliment sandwich, the feedback should be specific and actionable. For example, instead of saying, "Your work was not good," you should provide clear guidance on how to improve in the previous. Example, telling someone that their report structure needs improvement is more helpful than simply saying it was. Poorly written. The recipient can then focus on the specific areas that need work and understand what changes they need to make. This method can also be adapted depending on the situation. In some cases, the compliment might come before and after the criticism, but it could also be used to reinforce the positive aspects of the conversation. For example, in a performance review, a manager might start by praising an employee's achievements over the past quarter, then address areas for growth, and then end the conversation by reiterating their confidence in the employee's potential. This format helps to make the employee feel valued and supported even as they receive constructive feedback. The compliment sandwich is a useful tool in managing conflict or difficult conversations when a sensitive topic needs to be addressed. It can be challenging to find the right balance between honesty and compassion. By starting with something positive, the other person feels recognized for their strengths, which creates a foundation of goodwill. The criticism is then positioned as an opportunity for growth rather than a personal attack, and the second compliment reinforces that they are capable of improving. This approach fosters collaboration and growth as the person feels encouraged to improve rather than disheartened by the feedback. In professional settings, especially when managing teams, the compliment sandwich helps to maintain morale while ensuring that necessary improvements are made. It is essential that the criticism be framed in a way that feels motivating, not discouraging. The balance of positive feedback followed by constructive criticism and concluding with more encouragement makes it easier for employees to accept and act upon the feedback. It reduces the likelihood of resentment or disengagement, which can occur when criticism is too blunt or solely focused on negatives. In negotiations, the compliment sandwich can also be useful when trying to negotiate a deal or influence someone's decision. You might start by complimenting their previous work or showing appreciation for their position. Then you can introduce the issue you want to address and finish by restating your admiration for their efforts and reinforcing your desire to continue working together. By softening the delivery of your concerns, you are more likely to maintain a positive relationship while still pushing for the desired outcome. In all cases, the compliment sandwich is about balancing honesty with empathy. The key is to be respectful and considerate while still addressing the issues at hand. The technique is most effective when used in a way that feels genuine and when the criticism provided is intended to help the other person improve rather than to criticize them harshly. This balanced approach fosters positive communication, making it easier to address difficult topics without causing unnecessary conflict or resentment. This technique can also help improve relationships by creating an environment where feedback is seen as a tool for growth rather than a criticism of the person when both positive. Feedback and constructive criticism are presented together. The recipient feels valued and supported rather than attacked. This balance of positive and negative feedback is essential in creating strong, healthy relationships in both professional and personal settings. Compliment sandwich technique is a powerful way to communicate criticism while maintaining a positive atmosphere. It works by starting and ending with positive feedback, cushioning the criticism in between, and making the recipient more likely to accept the constructive feedback. This method helps ensure that the conversation remains respectful and productive, fostering an environment of mutual support and growth, whether in the workplace, personal relationships, or negotiations. The compliment sandwich can be an effective tool for delivering feedback in a way that encourages improvement and strengthens relationships. Reverse psychology is a technique where you suggest the opposite of what you, reverse psychology, actually want in order to spark defiance or resistance, leading the other person to take the action you desire. It plays on the natural human tendency to react against being told what to do instead of directly asking someone to do something. You make the request in a way that triggers their desire to do the opposite, thus prompting them to do exactly what you want. This technique works best when the person you're trying to influence values their autonomy and resists direct commands or expectations. For example, imagine you're trying to get a child to eat their vegetables. If you simply tell them you need to eat your carrots, they might resist or outright refuse because they don't want to be told what to do. However, if you use reverse psychology and say, "You probably won't like these carrots. They're really boring, and I doubt they taste good," the child might feel challenged. They now want to prove that they can like the carrots and will eat them just to show that they can make their own choice. The suggestion that they wouldn't like the vegetables sparks their desire to do the opposite of what was suggested, making them more likely to eat the carrots. This technique works because people, especially those who value independence or have a strong sense of autonomy, often react to direct suggestions with resistance. When we feel someone is trying to control us, our natural instinct is to push back by suggesting the opposite of what you want. You give the person the illusion of making their own choice, even though the outcome aligns with your goal. In the workplace, reverse psychology can be used to motivate someone who is resistant to taking on a particular task. Let's say you want a colleague to volunteer for a project, but they've been avoiding the responsibility. Instead of directly asking them, you might say something like, "I know you probably wouldn't be interested in leading this project. It seems like too much work, and it might be better for someone else to take charge." The subtle reverse suggestion here is that the person would not want to take the lead, even though that's exactly what you want them to do. The statement challenges their reluctance and may spark their desire to prove you wrong by stepping up and taking the task. Similarly, reverse psychology can be used in customer service to influence a decision. Imagine a situation where a customer is indecisive about purchasing an item. If you say this might not be the right choice for you, the customer may feel a sense of defiance and feel the need to prove you wrong by buying the product. By suggesting that they shouldn't make the purchase, you trigger the desire to prove that they can make their own decision, which might lead them to make the purchase. The key here is that you are not pushing them directly, but rather creating a situation where they feel like the decision is in their hands. In personal relationships, reverse psychology can be a subtle yet effective tool. For example, let's say your partner is hesitant to help with a household chore. Instead of directly asking them to do it, you might say, "I know you probably don't want to help with this. It's probably too much of a hassle for you." This suggestion may prompt them to prove that they are willing to help, and they may end up doing the chore not because they were directly asked, but because they want to demonstrate their willingness. It can help avoid the feeling of being controlled, as they feel like they are making the decision on their own terms. Reverse psychology works particularly well with people who have a natural tendency to resist being told what to do, such as teenagers or those with rebellious tendencies. Teenagers in particular are at a stage where they are striving to assert their independence. Direct requests or commands can trigger resistance, making it harder to influence their behavior. By suggesting the opposite of what you want, you tap into their desire to make their own decisions and act on their own terms. For example, if a teenager refuses to clean their room, you might say, "You probably don't care about keeping your room clean, so I'll just leave it." The reverse suggestion sparks their desire to prove you wrong and take action even if they didn't want to do it. Initially, this technique can also be useful in situations where you want to prevent someone from feeling pressured. For instance, if you want to avoid putting too much pressure on someone to make a decision, you can use reverse psychology to take the pressure off. Suppose you're trying to convince a friend to join you for an event, but you don't want to make them feel obligated. Instead of asking them directly, "Will you come to the event?" you might say, "I understand if you're too busy or not really interested. It's probably not your thing anyway." By suggesting that they may not want to come, you take the pressure off and make them feel free to make their own decision. In this case, the reverse suggestion might make them feel more inclined to prove that they do want to join in, which could lead to a yes. In the realm of persuasion, reverse psychology can be used to influence decision, particularly when someone is hesitant or indecisive. If you're trying to convince someone to take a chance or make a risky decision, you might use reverse psychology to frame it in a way that makes the decision seem less desirable. For example, if someone is reluctant to take a business risk, you could say it might not be worth it to invest in this. The potential losses could be too high. The reverse suggestion works by creating a sense of defiance, making the person more likely to take the risk in order to prove that they are capable of making their own decisions. Reverse psychology can also be effective in situations where you want to influence someone's preferences. Suppose you're at a restaurant with a friend and they are unsure about which dish to order. You might say, "The lasagna, isn't that great here? I wouldn't recommend it if you're looking for something really delicious. Bye." Suggesting that they shouldn't order the lasagna, you might prompt them to choose it simply because they want to prove that it's a good choice. The reverse psychology works because you've made the lasagna seem more appealing by implying that it's not the best option. However, it's important to use reverse psychology carefully. It works best when the person you are trying to influence has a natural tendency to resist being told what to do if someone is not naturally defiant or does not have a strong desire to assert their independence. Reverse psychology can backfire. They might see through the tactic and feel manipulated, leading to frustration or a breakdown in communication. The technique should feel subtle and natural rather than overtly manipulative. Additionally, reverse psychology can be less effective if overused. If someone recognizes that you're constantly using this tactic to manipulate them, they may start to resist it or feel that you're not being genuine. Like any technique, reverse psychology should be used sparingly and with care, ensuring that the person doesn't feel like they're being played. In summary, reverse psychology is a powerful technique that can be used to influence behavior by suggesting the opposite of what you want, sparking defiance, and encouraging the desired action by taking advantage of people's natural resistance. To direct requests, you can guide their decisions without them feeling pressured or controlled, whether in personal relationships, negotiations, or everyday interactions. Reverse psychology can be an effective tool for getting others to do what you want, as long as it is used subtly and appropriately. Smiling first. Smile first in interactions is a simple yet powerful technique that can significantly influence how others respond to you. When you initiate a smile, it triggers a natural tendency in others to mirror your positivity, often without them even realizing it. This mirroring effect helps to create a connection, making the interaction feel more comfortable and pleasant, which can lead to more positive outcomes. For example, imagine walking into a room where you're meeting a group of people for the first time. If you enter with a genuine smile and greet everyone warmly, the people in the room are likely to smile back. Their smiles are a natural response to your positive gesture, and this sets the tone for a friendly, welcoming interaction. Smiling first makes people feel at ease and encourages them to reflect that positivity, creating a more open and positive atmosphere for the conversation. In social settings, smiling first can make you more approachable. If you're in a group setting and you're unsure of how to start a conversation, simply smiling first can invite others to engage with you. People are naturally drawn to warmth and positivity, so when you smile, you're signaling that you're approachable and open. This can be particularly helpful when meeting new people, as a smile helps break the ice and establishes a sense of comfort right from the beginning. This technique also plays a role in professional environments. Whether you're meeting a client, a colleague, or someone you're negotiating with, initiating a smile can help build rapport and trust. For example, in a job interview, if you walk into the room with a warm, confident smile, you're likely to set a positive tone for the interview. Smiling first signals that you're not only approachable, but also confident, and this can help the other person feel more at ease and open to engaging with you, even if the conversation gets tense or difficult. Starting with a smile can help keep the mood light and constructive. Smiling first is especially effective when you're dealing with someone who may be feeling anxious or defensive in a situation where the other person is stressed, frustrated, or worried. Your smile can serve as a calming influence. For instance, if you're helping a customer who is upset about an issue with a product or service, greeting them with a smile first can help disarm their frustration. It shows that you are there to help and that you are approachable, which can make them more likely to engage with you in a positive way. A simple smile can make a big difference in shifting the dynamic of the interaction, easing any tension, and making the conversation feel more collaborative in one-on-one conversations. Smiling first can also help you establish rapport and empathy. If you're talking with someone about a challenging or sensitive subject, starting the conversation with a smile can signal to the other person that you care and that you're there to listen. It can help create a sense of mutual understanding and make the conversation feel less intimidating. When you smile, you're not just showing friendliness, you're also showing that you're open to connecting and that you're focused on fostering a positive interaction. The science behind smiling and its impact on others is rooted in human nature. Smiling triggers a positive emotional response in both the person smiling and those around them. When you smile, your brain releases endorphins, which are the body's natural feel-good chemicals. These chemicals create a sense of happiness and contentment, which is contagious. The person you're interacting with will often subconsciously mirror your positive emotional state, leading to a more positive and productive interaction. It's a simple but effective way to enhance the mood of a conversation and make people feel more connected to you. This technique can also be used to diffuse conflict or tension. In any situation where there is disagreement or misunderstanding, a smile can help to lower defenses and invite cooperation. Imagine having a difficult conversation with a colleague about a missed deadline. Instead of starting with frustration or blame, you could begin with a smile, acknowledging that the situation isn't ideal, but that you're both there to work it out. This approach sets a cooperative tone, making it easier for both parties to discuss the issue without becoming defensive. Smiling first can help you take a step back from the emotional side of the conversation and focus on finding a solution together. It's important to note that the smile should be genuine. A forced or insincere smile can have the opposite effect, making people feel uncomfortable or suspicious. Genuine smiles are warm and inviting, and they communicate a sense of authenticity and sincerity. When your smile is sincere, It signals to the other person that you're genuinely interested in the conversation and in building a positive relationship. This authenticity makes it easier for others to trust you and feel comfortable interacting with you. In group interactions, smiling first can also influence the dynamic of the conversation. If you enter a group where people are already talking or engaging, smiling first can help shift the focus toward a more positive and open environment. It can break up any tension or awkwardness in the group and encourage others to engage more freely. If you're leading a meeting or facilitating a discussion, starting with a smile helps set the tone for a collaborative and respectful conversation. People are more likely to contribute and engage when they feel comfortable and positive, and your smile acts as a subtle invitation for them to do so. This technique is also powerful in building long-term relationships. Consistently smiling first in your interactions helps to establish a reputation for feeling warm, friendly, and approachable. Over time, people will begin to associate you with positivity and will be more likely to seek you out for conversations or collaboration, whether in personal or professional settings. A warm smile creates a positive impression that lasts and can open doors to new opportunities and stronger relationships. In the context of family and personal relationships, smiling first can help strengthen bonds and improve communication. If you're having a tough conversation with a family member or partner, starting with a smile can help reduce tension and create a space for open dialogue. It shows that you're willing to engage with them in a positive way, with making it easier to discuss difficult topics without escalating emotions. Smiling first helps to create a foundation of trust and empathy, making it more likely that the conversation will lead to mutual understanding and a positive resolution. In all of these examples, the power of smiling first lies in its ability to create a positive atmosphere and make people feel more comfortable and connected. Smiling is a universal sign of warmth and friendliness, and when you initiate it, you set the stage for more constructive and meaningful interactions. Whether you're meeting someone new, navigating a difficult conversation, or working to build stronger relationships, smiling first can be a simple yet effective way to increase cooperation, foster positivity, and make people feel at ease.